Let's hope everything goes through and everything's working. Although the internet hasn't really been a problem the last few days. It's been the power that's been the problem anyway. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Aquilon here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. I really hope that you've had a wonderful day. Even if it is the start of the day, I hope you have a wonderful day. It is Friday evening, of course, which means only good things. Only good things. Start of the weekend, all that jazz. If you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit the like button and also come watch it live, because it is always better when it's live. More specifically, because it's not always live. Oh my god, the adventures of living in South Africa is definitely wild. There's always something happening, always something to keep you on your toes. Kale, how you doing? Diffin, how you doing, bro? Are you going to play D4 beta today? I didn't get into the beta, Diffin, and I'm not pre-purchasing, so I'll play the beta on the 24th. Old Man Moto, how you doing, bro? I just saw your message, like literally just as I went live. Saw your message on Discord. So I'm really looking forward to that. Goblin Spore, how you doing, fam? But Diffin, yeah, I'm not going to be pre-ordering just so that I can play it over the weekend. Mainly because it doesn't matter, right? There's a lot of people. I'm sure right now the Diablo 4 is just filled with all of the top streamers doing their thing. I won't be. I'll play it when it's open beta. I haven't watched or read any of the upcoming patch lore or info. Are you excited for it? Excited for what, Kale? Diablo 4, or are you talking about the patch 10.07? So for patch 10.07, we know nothing of the lore. Blizzard didn't, like, the things that we can taste on the PTR for 10.07, the campaign for 10.07 is completely encrypted. So we have no idea what's going on with the 10.07 lore stuff. I'm obviously excited because we know a lot of stuff about 10.1, and I'm very excited for that because I love the direction that Dragonflight story is going in. I love the way that they're handling the lore. So yeah, I'm super excited. I can't believe I was served spam right to my phone lock screen. I'm unfollowing. Abuar. You know me, bro. King of spam, man. Bradley, how you doing, bro? I haven't played much DF. Is it living up to the hype? I'd say it's smashing the hype, considering there was almost no hype for it. I mean, sure, some people had hype, but considering the fact that most people went into this very cautiously, for a lot of people it was this sort of cautious optimism where, is it going to be good? Isn't it going to be good? What exactly is it going to be? And is this just going to be another nightmare, another BFA or another Shadowlands scenario? I think the game smashed it. And I think the game is still smashing it. I'm still playing it. Even though how many months has it been since the launch? I'm still playing it every single week of my life. Literally last night, I did some Mythic Plus, did a few world bosses, cleared out my map. And I do that every week. And I have the time of my life doing it as well because it's relaxing. It feels like I'm back in Legion or even before Legion. I'm at a point now where I'm actually smashing the world quests. So I basically run into an area, and if the area is kill as many things as possible, I can literally pull the entire map, just smash it within like 2 seconds and be done with it. I especially like the fact that there's the easy world quests, the ones that you just sort of do and it's over within 5 seconds and you move on. And then there's like the legendary world quests, which takes you into areas where all the mobs are rare or all the mobs are legendary mobs and it's hard, right? So there you really have to sort of be careful, or you have to group up, which makes it a hell of a lot easier, which is always fine because there's always groups running that shit. So yeah, I would argue the balance is really nice in Dragonflight. There's enough stuff to really challenge you, but there's also enough stuff to really just relax. Super Sideswiper, how you doing, fam? And then the biggest thing is none of that is forced, right? So you're not forced to do anything you don't want to do. There's no reason for you to do the world quests every day. If you don't want to, let's say, for example, you don't give a shit about the story, well, then don't do the world quests, because the only thing that you get from the world quests are some recipes for crafting and stuff like that. Story. So the story unlocks as you go through the renown. And it's, again, it's not some time-gated weird story thing. It's genuinely a case of, like, for example, with the Valdrakken lore, I think when I hit Valdrakken 12 renown, I had this giant storyline open up about Ysera and Marithra and the Green Dragonflight, their entire story. And that was a good 2-3 hours of story. And then, you know, there's more story that unlocks later on. But again, once the story unlocks, it's like a few hours worth of story that you're now going to play through. But if you don't care about this shit, let's say, for example, you only care about Mythic Plus, then just do Mythic Plus, you know? It doesn't matter. It's all good. Wisp, I didn't get access to the beta, and I'm not pre-purchasing, so that's where the Diablo stream is. Been off Twitch for a while. How's your power situation? Goblin Spore, funny you should ask that. So I have a battery and an inverter now, right? I actually linked it on Discord. I'll show you guys. Let me just bring Discord up here. Because, yeah, this was wild. So I wake up. Hold up. I'll show you. I wake up at, this was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I wake up at 11 o'clock. It's hot as fuck. The power is off. I'm like, wait, how's the power off? I have a battery. I have an inverter. You can see them on your screen here, right? That's the inverter. That's the battery. The power shouldn't be off, and yet the power is off. So I head downstairs. The inverter, as you can see there, right? It's on, but it's not picking up the battery. And the battery is completely dead. That's it, right? The problem is that I didn't know that I could. There's a bypass, so I can bypass the battery and the inverter to actually switch the power back on. So I'm sitting here going, wait, where's the fucking power? I have no electricity, yet the electricity is on. The inverter is on. Technically, the house should have electricity. The battery is dead. I don't know what the hell's going on. So that took about an hour for me to fix. And keep in mind, I only had about 2.5 hours of sleep at this point, so I am super tired. I don't feel well, and now I don't have electricity, and now I'm on the phone trying to fix the electricity problem, right? Trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. So as it turns out, I don't know if I took a picture of the DB board. No, I didn't take a picture of the DB board. Fuck. But I should have taken a picture of the DB board. Okay, so as it turns out, so the power went out at 6 o'clock yesterday morning, and it came back on at 8 o'clock. And when the power came back on at 8 o'clock, there was some kind of surge. Either the surge came from the municipality, or maybe the surge happened in my house. I don't know what the fuck. But there was some kind of surge. And that surge caused the switch that powers the inverter and the battery to flick off. So now the inverter is getting zero electricity from the municipality, and it's just using the battery. So what ended up happening is the battery got drained. So the battery completely ran to 20%, which is the natural cutoff. It switched to cutoff at 20% battery, and then it goes into what is called protection mode. Now, to get it out of protection mode, you need an electrician to basically jumpstart the battery again, because they basically have to come in, they have to provide it with electricity that then jumpstarts it so that it will go out of protection mode, because basically, according to the battery, it no longer exists. The battery is telling the inverter, I no longer exist, stop using me. So last night at about 8 o'clock, the electrician arrived. Spent almost an hour trying to figure out what the hell's wrong, because for some reason, and they're coming next week to try and fix this, but for some reason, this cable, they say the cable isn't broken, but I think the cable might be broken, because they can't get the battery and the inverter to communicate with each other at all. Like, the second he plugs this cable into the battery and into the inverter, it all stops working. It just will not work. For some reason. Don't know why. So, it's been a nightmare, right? Luckily, it's fine now. Load shedding can go suck a dick. I have no load shedding at the minute, so that's good. But, yeah, you know, it sort of is what it is for now, at least. The surge is due to all households load drawing simultaneously when the power comes back on, causing a voltage fall below 10% of nominal. Voice that could be it. I genuinely don't know, right? But that could be it. Batteries are the most dramatic invention ever. Most things stop working, but not batteries. Batteries die. Very true. I still stands for living on my balcony. Dude, you're too close to Russia. Because living near you, too close to Russia, man, could get invaded. No, I mean, for the most part, I enjoy where I live now. You're in NATO, yeah, like that fucking matters. I don't forgive me for saying this, but I don't think NATO is anywhere near as strong as they pretend to be. Look, NATO might have a lot of money, and it might have a lot of soldiers, but you're talking about soldiers that has never gone to war. They have no practice at war. So, I don't know. I had a problem with my house where too much energy was being drawn from one line, so we installed one in parallel. Shit. Wait, really? Are you on the North Atlantic? I don't know where fucking Wisp lives. NATO has the US Army. That's what the big thing for NATO is. Yeah. To be fair, though, the last few wars the US Army have been involved in didn't go so fucking hot for the US Army. To be fair, the war for Russia isn't going too hot either, but, you know, just saying. At the end of the day, even if you're part of NATO, an invasion is still an invasion. It's still going to be fucking annoying to have to deal with, you know. So yeah, I don't know. Has every army that is in NATO? Yeah, like anyone gives a fuck about the armies of Europe, Wisp. Come on, let's be honest. Hey, look, NATO has the US Army. That's the only one anyone cares about. Like, if Sweden tomorrow said, oh, we're sending our army, I'm sure the rest of the world would be like, oh my god, Sweden? No, not Sweden. Their army of 5. No one gives a shit about European armies, bro. You guys, the last good army that you guys had was the German army, and it didn't work out well for anyone. So the fact of the matter is, Europe is not a threat to anyone. It's literally just the American army that people are sort of scared of. The rest of Europe is, you know, you guys are lovers, not fighters. Just chill out. To be honest, we could probably do better warfare in the cyberspace. We're close to the US there. Yeah, you guys do have technological advancements. I think you're very good at. North for the Wicked, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much. Yeah, what's up? Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll be honest with you guys. I'm not an expert on warfare, or geopolitics for that matter. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say I don't know if living near a war is good whether you win or not, right? I would rather just not live anywhere near a war. Oh, also Morny, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. 24 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Personally, I don't give a fuck. If all the world leaders just started playing video games, this shit wouldn't be happening. Sound trite, but it's very true. Oh yeah, I mean, my dad was a medic during the Angola border wars. He told me about what that shit was like, right? Especially when you go out beyond enemy lines, like constant headaches because of the stress of knowing that you can be blown up at any fucking moment. Struggling to sleep, constantly living on almost no sleep because you're constantly stressed because you know you can be blown up at any time. So the fact of the matter is, it is apt when you say war is hell, right? Hell yeah, man. I actually saw your 40k clips like a month ago and we're talking war. US Army Infantry vet year. Thank you for your service, bro. Really appreciate that. 2013 to 2017. What we're talking about. I got 50 minutes of break left. Welcome to the stream, fam. I really appreciate that. Yeah, we're just sort of talking about I don't know how the fuck did we start? Oh yeah, Wisp wanted me to come live with him, but he lives like on the border of Russia. So, I said I don't wanna. He doesn't actually live on the border of Russia. He's in Denmark, but it's kind of the same thing, right? No, you're Sweden, Wisp. You're a Swede, no? You're not Danish. Yeah, you are Swedish. Yeah, that's even closer to fucking Russia. Never mind. Fuck. Russia could probably walk to Sweden. They don't even have to drive. Have single combat champions that fight to the death to resolve conflicts. The entertainment would watch those bouts. I would actually go for that. Mercer, how you doing, fam? Dude, you can make a TV show of that. So no more war, no more armies, none of that shit. Every country, if you want to go to war with another country, it's one person. So your country gets to nominate one person against the other country's one person. It's televised. You can bet on it. There's a crowd. You can drink beer, sell hot dogs, all that shit, right? And everyone gets together and we all watch this bout and winner takes all. And it's to the death, right? So it's like a celebrity death match kind of thing. Everything goes in this thing as well. There's no rules of engagement, right? There's no none of this bullshit of only swords and shields or only this, only that. The only rule is no guns, I feel like. So no guns are allowed, but you can have swords, you can have shields, you can have whips, you can have fucking spears, anything you want. As long as, yeah, no ranged weapons. That's it. Because that would be a very quick war. No bows either. No ranged weapons of any kind. But that's the way it is. That's how war is fought. If you want to invade another country, you get together, you say, right, I want to invade you. Here's my champion. The other country goes, all right, you can invade us. This is our champion. What do you get upon the loss? And what do we get if we win? So stakes on both sides. So let's say, for example, Russia went, okay, Ukraine, we want to invade you. Ukraine went, cool, bro, no problem. Russia goes, right, we're putting Klitschko or whatever the fuck, right? I don't know who's a good, choose like a Russian fighter, right? So Russia chooses Khabib. They'll Khabib. They'll probably nominate Khabib, right? From the MMA. So Khabib has to fight for Russia, and then the Ukraine chooses their fight, like Lomachenko maybe, or I don't know, whoever the fuck, right? So these are the two fighters. And then you have to decide, okay, if Russia wins, they get Ukraine. All of Ukraine. It now belongs to Russia. It's over. No more fighting, right? If Ukraine wins, Russia belongs to Ukraine. No more fighting. It's over, right? And those are the stakes. It's high risk, high reward gameplay. Let's see what happens here. I think it would solve so many problems within the world. Because the reason why so many presidents are willing to go to war is they're not the ones that's going to suffer the consequences. Whereas if you know that if my fighter loses, I lose my country, that might actually be like a huge fucking problem, right? It is a fight to the death, yes. Last man standing. You want to televise it? You fight per city. So we draw it out, really increase the numbers here. I can see where you're going with this, thinking like a true capitalist, Old Man Moto. I like it. Yeah. you, you have a fight for every square inch. Marcy, hey. If we're not making jokes about this, you're literally saying what I have said for a very long time. There would be far fewer wars in the world if presidents were the ones fighting the fucking war. Like, back in the old days, right, where the king would have to be at the front of the army, like the king would be the one riding or dying into the fucking war. We need to bring that back. So if you want to declare war, no fucking problem, but you're on the front lines, bro. You lead that fucking army into the first push. You'll see how many fewer wars there will actually be. Dr. Aslar, that's why I changed from saying Klitschko to saying Khabib instead, because I realized Klitschko speaks Russian, but I think he's Ukrainian. I just know they always sort of sold Klitschko as like the Russian champion, even though not quite Russian, right? Kind of Russian, but not quite. Strongest person doesn't mean they would be fit to lead. Look at Arnold in California. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You're right. Less leaders, more better. Vote for Malema then, to be honest. Feel like he would be entertaining as all hell in the arena. Bastard jump. True. Although no one else would laugh at that joke. Back to Viking ways. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like the world is always gonna have dictators and assholes wanting to dictate to everyone else how they should be living. It makes me angry. Norse, take care of yourself, fam. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. Really appreciate it. Good luck at work. It makes me angry when old men wage war and young men die. That pisses me off. Like, it's never the old men that pay the price, right? It's so funny to me. It's never the old men that pay the price. It's never the old men that pay. Nothing happens to them. It's the young men that go to the battlefield to die in some old man's war. Rob the Fool, not figured out yet, just working now. But it should be figured out by next week, I hope. Fuck knows, right? It's South Africa, man. This is just part of the adventures of living in South Africa. You can't ever be sure of what's going to happen, what isn't going to happen. You have to just adapt on the fly to just about everything. The worst part is when we come back and the old men don't want to take care of us, young dudes who come back all fucked up. Fuck them. True. So fucking true, bro. Like, 100% agree with you there. Because your brothers did a lot of cringe advertisements on German TV a long time ago for all kinds of chocolates and stuff. They will forever be the meme brothers for me. I mean, I don't know about that because I'm not in Germany, so I never saw any of those fucking ads, but I'll believe you. You're like, if I could live in any country, which country would it be? Oh, that's a fucking hard question, bro. 5 years ago, even a year ago, 2 years ago, I would have said America. Actually, probably 3 years ago even, I would have said America. But now I would probably... It wouldn't be a country so much as it would be a state. If I could live anywhere in the world, it would probably be like Alaska or Texas. One of those two. Alaska, probably. If the internet was actually good, I would probably move to Alaska. Null Turtle Duck, how you doing, fam? So that after the war, the two participants would cozy up to each other, making all the deaths be in vain. Oh yeah, Massey. Of course, because it was always about money. It was never actually about what they said it was about, at the time at least. But now, to answer... Let me answer your question more, because I can't really tell you which country I would like to live in, because I don't think there is a single country in the world that really exhibits my values as a person that truly values freedom and truly values minimal government. I don't think there's any country in the world that exhibits those values. I can tell you which countries I wouldn't live in. I wouldn't live in any European country. To my mind, and I realize that this is completely wrong, and none of the European viewers will understand this, and I mean no offense by this, but it's dictatorships in my view. It's dictatorships dressed up as democracies, which I actually think is more evil than an actual dictatorship, because at least in an actual dictatorship, they don't pretend to not be a dictatorship. They are what they are. I don't like the fact that people in Europe have just accepted the fact that the government is there for them, the government takes care of them, and they trust the government with everything in them. If you want to see people defend the government, speak to any European. Americans have the same thing, although they tend to disagree on how the government should protect them. So these are not... I don't mind these countries, and I have a lot of love for these countries. Let me restate that. I have a lot of love for the people of these countries. I myself am European. You know, I can trace my family's lineage literally back to Germany. I know exactly where my family lived in Germany. I know exactly what my lost ancestor in Germany did, right? I know what job he did. I know what positions he held within the monarchy of Saxony. So I have a lot of love for German people. I have a lot of love for European people as a whole. I have no love for European countries. I have no love for their governments. I think their governments are tyrannical. I think the same thing for America. I have a lot of love for American people. I have a lot of friends in America. I know a lot of really cool American people that I believe I would actually go to war for, to protect, but I would not go to war for the leaders of any of those nations. So yeah, for me, I think South Africa is currently the best country for me to live in, because at least in a world where every government is trying to take as much power as they can and most people are just giving it away, my government is so incompetent that even if it wanted to take power, it does not have the necessary faculties or the intelligence to do so. So I'll just stay here for now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And again, I don't judge the way that anyone else wants to live. You know, if you like your country or you like your government, I'm perfectly happy for that. Like, I don't want to tell you how to live your life, and I don't want to tell you what's good for you, because only you know what is good for you. I just know what's good for me. And what's good for me is little to no fucking government. They are too incompetent to be a threat, Jurag. Like, I fucking kid you not, my government is too incompetent to be a threat. Thumb punch, yeah, I can understand that. Like, again, we'll have different viewpoints of how that should work, right? I'll give you guys an example. My government have been saying for the last 10 years that it wants to introduce the NHI, right? Which is National Health Insurance. It's not able to do that because it's not competent enough to do that. And so only recently they have quietly accepted the fact that they are not competent enough to introduce it, which is a massive victory as far as I'm concerned, because the last thing I want the government involved in is health. If the government is incompetent in most things, I don't also want to give them control over my life. But this keeps me safe, right? Because my government has a lot of dreams of being like all the other world first countries, but they're so stupid and inept that they will never be able to do any of those things. And as a result of it, the free market just keeps growing and keeps getting better and keeps providing services for cheaper and cheaper. So I'm perfectly happy here, at least at the moment. So Greenland or Iceland would be good for you? I don't know. Do they not also have massive governments? Zuma did try, Toto. Failed, but did try. This is actually true, guys. Old Man Modo is not lying. The Minister of Health was asked about, so a few years ago, like 5-6 years ago, there were 2 black people in the townships that were struck by lightning and obviously died, right? So they asked the Minister of Health about this at the time because obviously the reason these people got struck by lightning is due to poor conditions. It's the fact that most of these houses are built out of metal. Now, you have a lightning strike, you live in a fucking metal house, this could be a problem, right? This you can see where I'm going with this, right? This is a very big problem. But the Minister of Health had a curious response. So, the Minister of Health's response to the question was the formulation of a intergovernmental sort of committee to investigate why lightning is racist. I fucking kid you not. I am not joking. They wanted to find out why is it that the lightning favors hitting black people and not white people. That was what she said. In her own words, that was her response to the lightning killing 2 people in the townships. So, make with that information what you will of the competency of my government, right? The problem isn't that lightning is racist. The problem is that after 25 years, you have still not provided your people with proper housing. That's the problem. But, of course, we'll not investigate the fact that we still don't have proper housing for our people. We'll investigate the fact that the lightning must be racist. Because how dare it choose people that live in metal homes over people that live in brick homes? So, you know, this is South Africa. We had another president that believed that you can cure AIDS by eating potatoes. He was actually the best president South Africa had, a man by the name of Thabo Mbeki. And he firmly believed that if you eat potatoes, you'll cure HIV. So, you know, my government fills me with hope that during the best of times, they will destroy themselves. I mean, Trump and drinking bleach. Toto, to be fair, what I hate about people quoting that, if you actually did the work and went to go look at the speech in which Trump said this, Trump wasn't referring, and I fucking hate the fact that I'm now playing defense for Trump, because I don't like playing defense for any president. But Trump wasn't referring to the drinking of actual bleach. Trump was asking if we know that washing clothes, for example, in bleach kills the virus, isn't there a similar thing that we can do to kill the virus inside the body? So similarly to drinking bleach, but by, some kind of medication that kills the virus. So Trump was basically saying, let's start testing other drugs that, are on the market and figure out if these drugs may be effective against the COVID virus. Of course, Trump, with his incredible, immaculate ability to speak, he said it in such a way that the media in America just basically ran with, oh my God, he said people should drink bleach, which is literally not what he said, but never mind. Most people just trust the news. So it was actually the Trump election, or the 4 years of Trump, that made me realize that nothing the media says is true, because they kept saying things, like they kept saying that Trump said things, and then I'd be like, okay, let me go check if he actually said this. So then I go watch his speech, and I go, wait, but that's not what he said. I don't agree with what the fuck he said, but he didn't say whatever the fuck you guys said he said. And that's how I realized, okay, so basically they're really just lying about everything. Zero evidence of working. Are you talking about ivermectin, Master Jean? Because I'll tell you what, I've had COVID 3 times. All 3 times I had ivermectin in my system, and all 3 times I got by just fine. My dad prescribed it to me all 3 times. He's part of a WhatsApp group of about 2,000 doctors, and they all prescribe ivermectin as part of the treatment for it. And I did really well. I recovered every time within like 3-4 days. I was recovered from it. So, worked for me, and I understand why it worked as well. Because it's obvious that it would have worked. Ivermectin kills bacteria. If the bacteria is dead, your immune system doesn't have to spend time trying to kill bacteria. It can literally just kill the virus. It's basically exactly what antibiotics do. When you have antibiotics, what does antibiotics do? Antibiotics kills bacteria. Right? It's what it does. It literally doesn't kill the virus. It kills bacteria. Because it kills the bacteria, it frees up your immune system to kill the virus. Because if you don't drink the antibiotics, the problem is that your immune system has to fight the bacteria as well as the virus. So let's say, for example, you have flu, right? Flu, one of the symptoms of the virus is as it attacks the lungs, the membrane of the lungs burst due to the virus, it creates bacteria, or the breeding ground for bacteria. That bacteria then makes you very, very sick. So now your immune system has to kill off the bacteria as well as try to kill off the virus. But you drink the antibiotics to kill the bacteria so that the immune system can simply kill the virus. Ivermectin does the exact same thing with COVID. It kills all of the bacteria that the COVID virus is creating, leaving your immune system free to just fight the virus. This always made sense to me. It's just because that's literally how antibiotics work. We have very few viruses in this world where we actually have direct drugs that can kill that virus, because viruses mutate too fast. So we trust the immune system to take care of the virus because, well, drugs wouldn't be able to do it. Not fast enough. I'm not saying that it is a cure. I don't know. I just know it worked for me. I know my dad still prescribes it to this day to all of his patients. And last time I spoke to him, the only patients he's lost, the only patients of his that died to COVID were ones that refused to take ivermectin, were the ones that wanted to be sent to the hospital, the ones that wanted to be put on the lung machines and shit like that. Those are the only, not all of them, most of them recovered as well. I'm saying of the patients that had died, it were the ones that refused treatment, instead wanting to go for, at the time, what was considered to be the right treatments. None of the patients that he treated with ivermectin and a bunch of other shit actually died. So, going around that Trump approved the drug invention of Clorox chewables to get rid of COVID-19 virus. The media went crazy over it. It was straight up hilarious. What the fuck is Clorox? I don't know what the hell that is. Meanwhile, he was definitely trying to make his country great. He just went about it and saying it out of context. I don't know, right? Because it's not something that I actually... It's not something that I don't follow. I don't follow politics that closely, right? I do think that the media lied a lot about Trump, but I don't necessarily think Trump was a good president either. I don't really have an opinion on the man one way or the other. Because the fact of the matter is, I think if you leave people alone, they're almost always going to be better off than when you interfere with them. But I do think that Trump made it easy for people to take him out of context, because he would sometimes just say shit. So I'll give you a good example, right? The media ran with this idea that Trump was anti-Mexicans, right? Like Trump just hated immigrants. But every single speech of his that I watched, Trump would always make it very clear that the problem he had was illegal immigration, right? So people coming into the country that shouldn't legally be there, that didn't apply for amnesty, that didn't apply for a visa. That was his problem. The fucking issue is he would never just say that. He would always have this one line, right, of just they come over the border and they, like, here's a good example. He would say, right, the open borders are bringing criminals into our country. They come over the border and they're gangs and they're MS-13, but he could have worded it in such a way that people made the fucking connection that he's, of course, not talking about all Mexicans being gangsters. He's saying that if you have open borders, gangsters will also come over the border because the borders are fucking open, right? So yes, you might get a bunch of really good immigrants into your country, but you're also going to end up with a lot of fucking evil bastards and gangsters in your country because your borders are fucking open, right? And that was the big issue, I think, with him. I don't think he was racist. I don't think he hated poor people. I don't think any of these things. I think a lot of people are wrong about him, and let that sink in. I didn't tell you who was wrong about him. I think people that love him were wrong. I think people that hated him were wrong. I think the same is true for pretty much every president. The one thing that I think all presidents of America have in common, at least of the last 4, I hate them all equally. I hated Bush, I hated Obama, I hated Trump, I hate Biden. And I'm gonna hate the next one. Heads up, guys, I'm gonna hate the next US president as well. So, yeah. It is what it is. I make no excuses for it. That's just how it is. I hate leaders because I think it's only the worst people that become leaders. Don't have my word for it. What the fuck do I know? Did say that all illegal immigrants were criminals? Majidal, to be fair though, all illegal immigrants are criminals. I mean, we can check this. I'm not 100%, but let's just make sure. What's the meaning of the word illegal? Well, what does that mean? I might be wrong, right? I might not know what the fuck I'm talking about here. But according to the dictionary, the word illegal means contrary to or forbidden by law, especially criminal law. Okay, so does illegal mean not allowed? Okay, if something is illegal, the law says that it is not allowed. Okay, therefore, if you are an illegal immigrant, you are by every metric of at least sanity a criminal. You came into the country illegally, so you committed a crime in order to get into the country. That makes you a criminal. Now, is there various levels of criminality? Of course there is. A mother and her child coming over the border to escape a bad life. Yes, it's criminal for her to have come over the border illegally, but is she on the same level as an MS-13 gangster? I think not, right? I think that would be a fucking stretch, right? To say that she is as criminal. But luckily, that is also why we have different rule sets, right? Not every criminal that comes over the border is gonna be treated the same way. Marshall, not entirely. That's not really how amnesty works. So, for example, if I want amnesty in America, I have to fly to America, and then as soon as I get to Border Patrol or the border guards at the airport, I have to ask for amnesty. I can't go through and then ask for amnesty, because at that point I have already broken law. Like, literally, that's what the website says. If I want to apply for amnesty, I have to do it at the border. That's where you ask for amnesty, and that's when you have to prove that you require it or whatever the fuck, right? Chabad, how you doing, fam? 8 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate ya. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The Killers is probably the best Christian rock band. Prove me wrong. I mean, I didn't even know that the Killers were a Christian rock band, but I saw a short of it the other day. That actually blew my mind. I was like, wait, what? They're a Christian rock band? What the fuck? Like, since when? I was well surprised at that. I genuinely didn't think that that was even a thing. Tylen, you and me both, fam. Thanks for the first time chat. But I had no idea. And then the guy basically said, go listen to their songs. So I did. And yeah, their songs sound very Christian. Like, it's well hidden. It's well disguised. But when you listen to the words, almost every single one of their songs, you go, huh. Wait, they are, like, they're actually talking about Jesus here. I never fucking knew. We're a bunch of Swedish dudes that just wanted to play rock and scream. I have no fucking idea. I don't listen to them all that often. I can't listen to this unless it's just the... Oh, wait. Is it this one?
It's the greatest Christian rock band in the world.
Creed?
The Killers.
What do you mean?
Killers are a Christian rock band.
Fuck, they aren't.
Listen to any one of their albums.
They really are.
They're Mormon.
This, do you know this for a fact, or you're making this up as we go along?
It is a fact that I've said many times. I've told people I've seen the Killers at Glastonbury.
Because aren't they from?
I've seen them,
they're
and
Vegas.
then I told somebody that they are, and they're like, no, they're not. And then halfway through the concert, they're like, oh my God, you're
okay.
right.
Their most popular song, at least on here, 1.4 billion plays, was Mr. Brightside. Is that about Jesus? And look at this. He's taking control. It's killing me. Jealousy turning saints into the sea.
You'll see it more and more. They hide it well.
It actually, start listening to their songs. It's actually quite wild. To be fair, I don't know much about the Mormon religion or the Mormon brand of Christianity. I don't know fucking anything about it. I've seen a couple of Mormons, basically wearing black ties and white shirts and black pants, going about asking people about religion and shit like that. But personally, I don't know what they believe or if they believe the same as Protestants or not. So I can't answer that. Do you believe in paranormal? If yes, why? And if no, why? I think I do believe in the paranormal. I don't know to what extent. And I don't know if it's real, but it makes sense. Energy can't be destroyed. What is the soul? Is it even a thing? And if it is a thing, is it possible? Rose Fox, by the way, 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is it possible that upon death, some souls just don't cross over to whatever the other side would be? Might be, right? I've never seen a ghost, even though I think I would love to. But yeah, I think there's enough stories out there of people that have had very wild encounters that makes me think, why not? It might be true. Maybe it is true. I don't know. Fuck. I genuinely have no idea. Go to any Walmart, you see ghosts of people that used to try. I would like to believe in souls and afterlife, but I have no claim one or the other. Jurgen, and my view of God has changed quite significantly. I believe in God. I believe there is a God. I would say that I am a Christian, although I don't believe as most Christians do, because I think of God more as an intelligence, and I think God is the intelligence behind the universe, behind the creation, behind everything. Because when I look at creation and you think about how every rule, if the laws of gravity was just a little different, no life would exist. Like, if the laws of gravity was out by a millimeter, so if gravity was a millimeter stronger or a millimeter weaker, everything would either be completely pulled back into a black hole literally as soon as it expands, or everything would just shoot out and never stop shooting out, right? So it's effectively, the laws are so precise for life to even exist in this universe that I don't see how it could not have been done by some kind of intelligence. Now, when I look at Jesus and I look at the Bible, I think I read it very differently. And I think this is where a lot of Christians have sort of lost the plot. Because one of the words, one of the most profound things that Jesus ever said, in my opinion, was first, I don't know what the English translation of this is, but in Afrikaans, so I'm going to try and do it the best I can. But basically, first remove the log out of your own eye before you try and remove the splinter from your brother's. And effectively what that means is, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. In other words, you cannot judge others because you yourself are not worthy of casting that judgment, right? The only one, Jesus said this, the only one that can judge is God, because he is the only one without sin. And if you look at most religious people, and I do make a differentiation here, you have Christians and then you have religious people. The problem with a lot of religious people, if they have forgotten that little factoid, that little thing of you cannot judge other people. It's fine, right? You have your way of believing and that's fine, but you have no right to judge people that do not believe the same as you do, because the judgment is not yours to make. And funnily enough, what these people don't realize, if the Bible is in fact the word of God, and if the rules therein is actually how you should live, Jesus does say, do not judge lest you be judged thyself, right? And then he goes further and he says, because God will judge you by the same metrics as you have judged those around you. Right? So you're effectively making your own life fucking miserable by judging other people. Because that means that if God is real and there is a heaven, God is going to judge you the same way that you judged other people. And because you're fallible and you're human and your judgment is worth shit, you're going to be judged very fucking harshly and probably not going to make it into heaven as a result of that, right? So that's sort of my broad view on religion. I don't judge it. I think if it brings you happiness, if it brings you joy, if it brings you some measure of self-worth, then more power to you. For me, it provides me with an explanation of the world around me. But can you judge yourself or leave that to God too? No, I do think you should judge yourself, but that's different, right? That's called self-reflection. And you should self-reflect on just about everything. People should believe whatever they want to believe until they die, because no one knows till then. But I generally hate religion, praise Satan and dark witch magic and all that. Shit, now if I die, I have to stream 24/7 because I'm judging your streaming schedule. Furorius, exactly. You're gonna have to stream the whole fucking time because of your judgments. I make a differentiation between religion and faith, right? Because religion for me is the commercialization of faith. And you know, there's a funny line. Jesus tells his apostles, he says, now go out and make disciples of all the nations. Do not take a beggar's bag. If you must, take a walking stick. So basically, Jesus' instructions were, you are not allowed to be paid for your conversions of disciples, right? You're not allowed to be paid for this. It should never become a job. You're supposed to, like, all of Jesus' apostles had actual jobs, right? Paul, for example, was a net weaver. He weaved nets. Jesus himself was a carpenter. So they would work for their living, for their bread every day, and then in the evening, they would preach. They would spread the word of God. And that was Jesus' instruction to his apostles. You are not allowed to be paid for this. And I think Jesus understood why. Because money corrupts, right? Money is an incredibly powerful corrupting agent. And you see it. Look at these pastors from these mega churches that you have in the US. You have these pastors that fly around in private planes, live in mansions, drive, every car known to fucking man. And it reminds me of the parable of the rich man, where Jesus says, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than what it is for a rich man to walk through the gates of heaven. Think about that. Think about the profoundness of that statement. Money corrupts, and it is an incredibly corrupting factor in our world. So I think all of these religious institutions, these churches, they're businesses. It's all they are, right? They're businesses, and they think business. They're business minded in the way that they convert people. I remember going to church, and every 4 weeks, the pastor would preach about the tithe. Every 4 weeks, like fucking clockwork. The pastor would preach about the tithe, and it would be a massive sermon on why giving is your way of inviting God's blessings upon yourself. So if you give to the church, God will give to you. And the saddest fact is that the poorest people in church were the ones who gave the money that they did not have. My mother, for example, every single month I would watch my mother give away money that we desperately needed because the pastor told her that if she does that, God will bless her. Newsflash, God didn't bless her. She just lost a bunch of money giving it to the fucking church. I'm not brought up Catholic. But yeah. An actual needle? That's interesting, Shuma. I didn't know that. We share the same beliefs almost. Mine is slightly different. I'm a firm believer in both God and Jesus. I treat them like two separate beings. One is the bridge to God. The other tells you yes or no if you belong in heaven. I respect both of them highly. I agree with those views. I do. Ever took a look at that South African video I put on your Reddit? Growfile? No, not yet. Not yet. I should actually. I apologize. I've been failing on the Reddit front. We will do a Reddit React stream. I promise. Broke the church for a reason? Yeah. Rob the Fool. Most people don't even know this. Like, I love when people say Jesus is love. I love when people say that. Oh, you know, Jesus preached love and acceptance and it's like, no, he didn't. Jesus was hardcore, bro. Like, do people just forget when Jesus walked into the church square and beat people with a fucking whip out of the church square because they were selling their wares in the church square? Jesus was a fucking political activist, bro. He destroyed a lot of the things that was evil, in my opinion. Growful, yeah, it's literally in the Bible. It's one of the things Jesus did. They say he woke up one morning, on a Sunday morning, and he saw the church square full of people peddling their goods, right? And he literally grabbed the whip and he beat them out of the church square. Basically saying, this is a place of worship. It's not a place of commodity. It's not a place of selling. It's not a place of business. This is a place of worship. So he was pretty, like, hardcore. You have turned the house of the Lord into a den of thieves. Yeah. A whip, bro. Yeah, he wasn't just, you know, all lovey-dovey shit. He was hardcore as fuck.
Hey, let me give you a secret. Here's the cheat code. This is what every...
What would you say to feminists, specifically
The Imperium of Mankind within Warhammer 40k is the most brutal, authoritarian, and ruthless empire to ever exist. So it's no surprise that even during their enlightened period of the Great Crusade, they had a gulag. This gulag, called the Nameless Fortress, was located on the dark side of the moon Titan, within the Sol system, and next to nobody knew of its existence.
Would anyone ever have wondered, like, why would anyone ever wonder about the existence of gulags for the Imperium of Man? Of course.
Existence, which explains its lack of name. Although it's unclear when it was built, it came into use...
Master Joel, not quite. No. Actually, one of Jesus' closest companions was a former prostitute. Jesus actually said, when his apostles wanted to chase the prostitutes and the hermits and things away, Jesus said, I came for them. Let them come unto me, because I came for them. I came for the lost. I came for the weary. I came for the broken. I came for the sinners. I am here to save them. I'm not here to save the holier than thou people. So I don't think he did that.
During the Horus Heresy, as thousands upon thousands of traitors, or suspected traitors, were tortured to death by ruthless Imperial interrogators to gain information
Dark
on
Angel, how
Horus
you doing,
and his
fam?
traitor forces. The prison was designed in such a manner that the screams of the tortured would echo across the fortress, wearing down the resolve and will of the prisoners waiting for their turn. When Malcador and the Emperor created the Grey Knights and gave them Titan as their home, the Grey Knights kept the nameless fortress, continuing to use it as a merciless gulag against any traitors they captured. The Imperium of Mankind.
Hard work is toxic. Okay, don't do hard work then. Good luck, dummy. It's just not going to work for you. That's not going to pay out because what's the metric of our society? It's results, right? And there's two great myths in our society. There's one myth is talent and ideas, and there's another myth which is hard work. They're both bullshit. Total fucking bullshit. Because the ideas are cheaper than table salt. Everyone's got ideas. I've got an idea for an app. It's the Uber for fill in the thing here. Yeah, great. Sure. It's every idea is about implementation. So Michael Jordan, greatest of all time, right? There's no debate.
There is debate. Tom Brady. Fuck. Like, greatest of all time? Tom Brady, fam.
He's the greatest. How much did he work? Fucking.
To be fair, before I trigger all the Americans here, I don't watch basketball, so I don't give a fuck about that. I do watch football. Tom Brady is the GOAT. I would say Tom Brady. Tom Brady is the greatest of all time, but never mind, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Tom Brady is the greatest of all time, period, of all sports. Doesn't matter what sport it is, of all sports. He is the greatest of all time.
More than anyone else. How much natural talent did he have? More than anyone else. What if he hadn't worked? You never heard of him. He never would have made the team, let alone being the greatest, but wouldn't have even made the team if he hadn't trained. It's a good analogy for life of going, look, whatever talent you have, if you don't do the work as well, it's just a wasted potential. Hard work is toxic. Okay.
Once a guy texted me to sit on his face. Again, not straightforward. You do not actually sit on his face. You have to hover.
It's just cringe as fuck. Why would any guy text that to a girl?
What did you think about Elon Musk's idea about nuking the poles of Mars in order to make it warmer?
Yeah, so some of these are kind of pie in the sky ideas,
Right.
but let's get to what he's trying to get at.
Yeah.
What you want to do is you want to introduce warmth, you want to block the ozone, you want to block the ultraviolet so that you can protect organic life. All right, so we have an ozone layer, it's the 3 oxygen atoms, O3, and ozone likes ultraviolet light. So ultraviolet light comes from the sun and gets eaten by ozone. Gets eaten. And when you do that, the ultraviolet light doesn't make it to Earth's surface. So even though they say, oh, wear sunscreen and sunblock 45, yes, that's for the 1% of the ultraviolet that gets through the atmosphere. If you're above the atmosphere, you are fried.
What did you think about
That doesn't answer the fucking question, though. Like, how is the nuking of the poles going to create the ozone, though? Because I get that Elon Musk probably had a different thing that he wanted to say there, but I don't know if that actually got to where we needed to go.
There's some nonsense going on.
I want to talk about human-animal hybrids and humanoids.
What?
They're creating human-animal hybrids that are a new creature never here on Earth. It's alien. So the aliens are already here.
I'm so baffled.
And the Earth is seen as like an egg yolk to give the propulsion power for this new thing that's going to be born.
We're saying so many things. Listen, I love you to death. But you say
I bet you
so
$10 million
many different
humanoids
things.
are real.
I believe they are.
They had spiders that produce body armor, spider guts.
I believe you.
Joe.
Yes.
They have human-animal hybrids.
Okay.
They've got giant human tissue farms.
I believe it's true.
I mean, I'm worried about human-pig hybrids. I mean, this has been going on for years.
How many people would have to be involved for that?
Dude, speaking to Alex Jones must be such a wild ride. Like, you just hear Joe Rogan here going, bro, wait. You're saying so many things, and then he just keeps on saying things. Like, he doesn't slow down for shit. He doesn't like. He just keeps saying things.
That to be real.
That's all there is, dude. It's a cult, man.
What were they trying to do?
They're making their move right now.
Who's
So-
they?
The globalist programmers who believe with the off-world entities they're in communication with that they're going to be given the operation to upload and be in that larger kind of Borg cube system.
Okay, hit
if
the
they
brakes.
if they sell the country out.
You got to hit the brakes. You're legitimately freaking me the fuck out.
They only put soulless people in charge who are compartmentalized. Nobody else knows who will carry this out.
I'm not saying it's impossible.
That's what I'm telling you is this is hiding in plain view. And that's why it's so crazy. Imagine if you knew all this, you're trying to tell people.
What's interesting is how many people resist the idea that it's possible for someone to try to control everybody.
That's it right there. You every time I bring up a fucking subject, you know all about it.
I don't know all about
You
this.
fucking know all about this shit.
I don't know all about this.
Bullshit. You're a smart guy.
Listen,
I know
I
people
don't
that
know
go,
about
oh,
this human hybrid
Joe's just
chimera
dumb.
shit."
Joe just is a pot. Bullshit. You know exactly what you're. I don't think you're a bad guy. You're trying to survive for you and your family and do good.
Okay, but
your,
no,
my family, your family, none of us are gonna make it. There's a post-human era coming. The breakaway civilization. The deal's been made.
This is inevitable. They're going to do it anyway.
Shit. Brock, I'm never so quick to just call someone a clown. Because there was a time when it was considered conspiracy or conspiratorial that the Earth isn't the center of the universe. You know, there was a time where things that we today accept as absolute fact was considered conspiracy. So I'm never quick to just go, oh yeah, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, right? Because you don't know, right? There's no way of knowing. Maybe Alex Jones does have some fucking crystal ball that he's looking into and he knows things that the rest of us just don't. So I'm always very open-minded whenever I listen to anyone online. Do I think that a lot of the things he says is super funny and there's no evidence for it? Yes. Do I keep an open mind even though I don't necessarily just believe it? Yes. Because I don't know. Fuck. I don't do the research. I'm sure as fuck not going to trust the mainstream media. Right? I literally just... I recognize the fact that I don't know, and I'm also not willing to do the research on it because it really isn't shit that I care about.
You sent me out here.
Okay, I've been through this before. I had a friend from high school. Now, in high school, this guy was a thug. He did it all. He's a wild dude. People used to be very scared of him. And then after high school, word on the street was he'd come out the closet. I personally didn't believe it. I bring him up because last year, he calls me out of the blue like, yo, what's up, man? I got your number from so-and-so. I heard you're gonna be in New York doing a show. Could I get some tickets? I was like, fuck yeah, get some tickets, man. How you been? He said, well, we'll catch up at the show, man. But yo, I appreciate it. I'll see you soon. I said, all right, man, take care. And I was about to hang up and I couldn't resist. I was just like, hey, nigga, I heard you was gay. What's going on with that? And I wish I didn't ask, because he sounded like he was dying to talk about that shit. And he had a long story about it. And it's not that I didn't care, but I was, you know, I don't like talking on the phone. I was watching TV at the same time. So I just wasn't really paying attention like I should. But I was trying to sound supportive, but I didn't really know what to say. So I just like mumbling shit throughout this conversation. I just be like, you know, nigga, you gay, man. You just gay. Like, okay, I've been through this.
Statistically, it is true that Asians, right, on average, make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't know, model minority, whatever that label wants
That's
to mean.
actually a myth because we cannot be...
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to observe what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together. You have people are taught to work hard in school.
I love how you just shake your head, even though everything he's saying there is 100% true. Asian families are much more close-knit than literally any other group on the planet, except maybe Jewish families, which also happen to be incredibly close-knit. It's also interesting that Asian parents, as well as Jewish parents, put a lot of pressure on their kids. They look at the amount of Asian kids that, you know, that they get A's, straight A's in all of their subjects. They play 2 or 3 instruments. They do sports. They do fucking this, that, the other, right? So those kids are pushed incredibly hard to perform. And it's interesting that they also happen to have the highest IQs, both Asians and Jews, highest IQs, highest success rates. So yeah, I mean, I think that is fucking true. And it's interesting how people just shake their heads when something is said and they just don't agree with it. Asia has a higher suicide rate, but we're not talking about Asians in Asia, Master Jal. We're talking specifically about Asians in America and in the West who continue that. Now, the reason I believe that Asia has such a high suicide rate is due to... How do I put this? Okay, so the Asian philosophy, not in all Asian countries, but in a lot of Asian cultures, is this sort of the group is far more important than the individual. And in those kinds of societies where things are oftentimes less free, your ability to move up and down can oftentimes be incredibly constricted. The greater good, there are things I think that steals a lot of your joy in societies like that. A lot of your ability to be joyous is stolen in societies like that. But then when you take those same Asian people and you move them to the West, where it is conversely a lot freer, it's not free enough, but it is a lot freer, they tend to really fucking shine, right? They tend to outperform everyone else. Like, you want to talk about master race? It's fucking Asians, bro. They are miles ahead of everyone else in literally just about every fucking metric. I think the rest of the world can learn something.
You're cutting your avocados wrong. I used to do it like this. Knife through the top, you split down, and then you twist it. Oh, you did it. Take out the seed. They're mangling it, slice or dice, and it works, but it could be better. Cutting a ton of avocados in a restaurant, you learn a few tricks. Take your avocado, knife through the top till you hit the seed. You run around till you meet the other end, turn, and do the same thing. You're quartering it. Open, remove, easier to peel, line them up. Hold your knife like this. Call it the pencil technique. Knife goes down, drag across. When you do it like this, you can cut them all in one fell swoop. Slice nicely.
I would say, yeah, I love this guy. I love watching his shit. But I would say that eating avocado is disgusting as fuck, and I'll judge you for doing it.
I have a question.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
would you pick a girl, she's got 3 bodies, but she was on OnlyFans, or 50 bodies?
And never on OnlyFans.
And never on OnlyFans.
That's a great
one.
question.
That's a great question.
I like that.
Guys, we gotta take a quick break You can't say neither. You can't say neither.
I would say
It's not fun unless we pick
if
one.
I had to pick one, I would pick.
Yeah, think about it.
So it's 3 bodies.
Uh-huh.
I mean, her body count.
Yeah.
But she was on OnlyFans.
Yes.
Versus 50
That's
bodies.
a great question.
Okay, I have one question for you.
She's not OnlyFans.
Okay, thank you. My question for you is, how old is she?
Let's say mid-20s, 25.
Are you talking about me?
By 25. Okay, so by 25, if you 50 dudes.
Okay, what if I'm
You're
gonna
out.
lower it.
I'm gonna take the
I'm
3 girls
gonna
with the
lower
Fucking hard question, though. Like, what would you pick, chat? 3 bodies, but has OnlyFans, or 50 bodies, doesn't do OnlyFans? Pick a new PC. That's a goat answer, but you're not allowed a new PC. You have to choose one of those. You have to choose one. You can't say neither. I would probably go for the 3. Even though it's still not good, but, 3 is probably better, right? Neither, because I don't do OnlyFans or promiscuous people. Yeah, but you have to choose one. You can't say neither. You're fucking guys. There are rules to this game. Jesus. I don't even have... The reason I would never go for a girl with that high of a body count is I don't even have that high of a body count. I mean, my body count is 5. And I think that's actually more than what I would actually have wanted. I made a lot of stupid decisions when I was much younger that I now sort of regret. I didn't like I had sex with a few people. I would say I had sex with at least 3 people that I fucking hate that I had sex with him. At least 3 people that I look back on and go, that should just never have happened. That was just horrible. So OnlyFans is bad as well? I don't think OnlyFans is bad. I do think that there's going to be a lot of girls that are going to be very sad that they're doing it. I'm not talking about every girl that does OnlyFans, because there are girls that do OnlyFans and really, you know, they do things like cosplays, you know, a bit lewd, but not no nudity, for example. One of my friends now, actually, she has a Fansly page, and I follow her on Fansly because she is a good friend of mine. I want to support her. She doesn't do porn, she doesn't do nudity, but she does do cosplays and stuff like that. She's actually gonna do a Sylvanas cosplay for Patreon for me. I think that's fine, right? Because you're effectively just using basically Patreon, but you're just selling your cosplays and stuff. But I do think that OnlyFans is very bad for girls in terms of acceptance, right? I think OnlyFans works great for girls that get 50,000 followers and make stupid amounts of money, like a girl like Amaranth. But let's say you're a girl. Okay, so I should, in order to explain this, let's go back. Since the invention of social media, the suicide rate for young girls have doubled. In the last 20 years, the suicide rate for young girls have doubled. We're talking girls between the ages of 14 and 25. It's doubled. Double the amount of girls now try to commit suicide and actually succeed at it, right? Since the invention of social media. And we kind of know why. Girls take social media a hell of a lot more serious than guys do. And it is a direct judgment on who they are, what they look like. So, for example, when a young girl goes on Instagram and every single one of her pictures gets 50 likes, but her friend goes on Instagram and every single one of her friend's pictures gets 400 likes, the girl judges herself based on the amount of likes that she's getting. And of course, anyone that knows anything about these social media platforms knows that it is not necessarily an indictment of your beauty to get fewer likes. It could literally just be a case that your friend is much better at playing the clickbait. Your friend understands how to use the right hashtags. Your friend understands how to write the trends much better than what you do, and therefore your friend is more successful. But to the girl, this is a direct indictment of who she is, and it destroys them, right? Now you have OnlyFans, which is actually so much worse, because you're not only putting yourself online, you're putting yourself online in what is arguably the most brutally vulnerable position ever, right? You're going naked. What happens if you, after a year of OnlyFans, and this, it needs to be said, do you know what percentage of girls on OnlyFans makes minimum wage? Can you guess how many girls on OnlyFans actually makes minimum wage? The last numbers Goblin Spore was less than 1%. Less than 1% of girls make actual minimum wage on OnlyFans. About 20%, less than 1% makes more than minimum wage. 20% of girls on OnlyFans makes minimum wage. At least minimum wage. So not rich, they make at least minimum wage. 80% of girls on OnlyFans makes less than minimum wage. So in other words, can't make a living off of it. Now what happens if you're a girl on OnlyFans, You post yourself naked, and you can't even make a living doing that. How are you judging yourself? Right? Like, what kind of judgment does that incur on you? We're not talking about the social costs of this. We're not talking about the future costs of this, because it is going to come back to bite you in the ass. It absolutely is. By the time you hit, 25, 30, and maybe now you want to start settling down, you're going to find that the pool of eligible men that is willing to date you, knowing that you did OnlyFans, has shrunk significantly. Because there are just a ton of men that refuse to. They will not date a woman that's been on OnlyFans. And for good reason, right? For good reason. I believe in the next 10 or 20 years, that suicide rate is going to explode even more, right? If social media doubled the suicide rate of young girls, I think OnlyFans and things like Fansly will double it again. I think it's going to make it even worse. And I struggle to see how that's a good place for us to be. Especially considering the fact that a lot of young girls now are told it's fine to do OnlyFans. Like, no judgment. You can do whatever the fuck you want. When they're young and impressionable and not yet ready to make decisions for themselves. Not really. I think we're staring down the barrel of a gun. And the fucking sad thing is the gun is aimed at all of us. Side of fries. I'm not making excuses here, right? Thanks for the first time chat, by the way. But I'm not making excuses here. I'm literally just saying it's gonna have consequences that I think a lot of us don't even know right now. Main suicide rate is insane, and no one wants to acknowledge it. But yeah, I mean, if we're gonna talk men and women, the suicide rate for men is dwarfing that of the suicide rate for women. But the only reason for that is when young men decide to commit suicide, they succeed. Both have doubled over the last 20 years. So the suicide rate for young men have also doubled over the last 20 years. Suicide rate for young women have doubled over the last 20 years. But the number of men that actually succeed far outshines that of the number of women that actually succeed. OnlyFans model, Coconut Kitty, committed suicide? I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Heresy Thursday. Fly your Legion colors with 12 more Contemptor Dreadnought upgrade packs. Today on...
No, I don't want to divide the room, but I'm not a fan of Hitler. Hear me out, I've got my reasons. Right, listen. And it's sci-fi.
I love this guy.
Right? Whenever you see a sci-fi series, there's always one where they invent a time machine and they go back and try and kill Hitler. And if they're successful, they come back to the present and it's worse because they've mucked up the time-space continuum. Of course it is. You change anything, the slightest thing in history, it has a catastrophic effect. I wouldn't change anything, even if I could. My life's too good. I can't take that chance. Do you know what I mean? If scientists came to me and went, Rick, we've sorted it, you'd have to go back in a time machine, just press this button, right? It kills Hitler before the Holocaust, before the war, right? The present is exactly the same, except it makes you a bit more ginger. I'd go, no. Why should I suffer? No, I don't want to divide the...
Shit. Oh my god, that is quite a call out. On the flip side, Akalon, is this now taking the power of sexualization away from women? Long it's been the case that beauty and attractiveness has been a bypass to obstacles that face men. Now with OnlyFans and liberation of sexuality, it has dulled the appeal since it is now more widely available. Apocalypse, I don't necessarily think that that is the case. I think whatever the fuck we're doing right now isn't working. the numbers suggest that it isn't working. I'm not an expert, so I won't pretend to be. I might be talking out of my ass here, but I'll say this. Over the last 40 years, we've made a number of changes to how men and women interact with their world, right? And yet, we have male suicide rates that have doubled. We have female suicide rates that have doubled. You tell me if what we've been doing is actually successful. Because it does not appear, it's not obvious on the surface that what we're doing is good. Because if what we're doing is good, we wouldn't be in this situation, right? We would have fewer women trying to commit suicide. And we would have fewer men trying to commit suicide. Now, of course, feminists don't really give a shit about the men committing suicide, but at least then, if what we were doing was actually good for women, then at least we would have fewer women committing suicide, because obviously they'd be much happier. But they're not happy. So, what exactly... I don't necessarily think we're doing the right things.
Do you want me to explain why men care about body count?
I got it.
I haven't told you the reasons why men care about it.
You don't have to mansplain it to me. I'm okay.
What, mansplain? That's kind of a sexist thing to say. You don't... That's sexist to say man.
I hate the word mansplaining. It's called explaining. And we explain things in order to make sure that our positions are clear. This whole idea of mansplaining just, it's never made sense to me.
Explain.
You're literally a white man looking at me, telling me, like,
what?
If you can't see how you being a white man has anything to do with, like, the power you have in conversation, then
What?
I don't even want to, like, talk about that.
What does my skin
Anyway,
color...
I don't wanna make it...
What does my skin color have to do with this conversation? We're talking about body
Nothing.
count.
Yeah, okay, nothing.
But
Okay,
don't you...
Dude, the cancer that is the mind of these people is fucking insane. You're having a conversation about sexual attraction, and suddenly the conversation is, oh, but you're a white man describing this. And it's like, we're not talking about race. If we were having a conversation about race, that would be something else. But that's not the conversation we're having right now. But yet...
don't you think it's a bit racist to bring up skin color in a conversation, a dating-related conversation?
I'm just gonna ignore your comment.
You said it, so
It's
I'm trying to
because you're
understand.
fucking stupid. It's interesting how whenever you push these people on their beliefs, whenever you start asking these people questions, right? They'll go, yeah, I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. They literally just shut it down. And there's a reason for it. Because if you really took this goal and you said, right, let's fucking get to the bottom of this, start explaining yourself, you'd realize there is no explanation, because the thing that she believes isn't grounded in fact. Her go-to response to anything that she cannot explain is first race, right? And there's sort of a calculation that's done there. If it is, if race equals white of the person I'm speaking to, I will attack them on their race. Even if the race has nothing to do with the actual conversation, the race will have something to do with the conversation because they've been taught this is how you shut down that debate. There's no explanation before or after that because there's literally the entire sort of ideology is built on no foundation. There is no foundation for this ideology because at the end of the day, these words, things like, white, or at least the shit that they throw at this, the way in which they defend themselves is meant to shut down debate. It's not actually meant to have a debate. She believes he's racist and is too stubborn to change. Master Jal, that means nothing to me. If your go-to reason for not wanting to debate someone is because you think the other person is too stubborn to change their mind and therefore you will not have the debate, all it tells me is that you are either one, too stupid to have that debate in the first place, or you don't have an actual underlying foundation for your ideology to begin with. Because that is no reason not to debate someone. If you actually had an ideological foundation for what you believe in, you would have that debate no matter what, right? Because why would you be scared? even if that person doesn't change their mind, you have the ability to make that person look like an idiot. So you would still go for it. This is so fucking cringe.
If I throw this away right now, is there a good chance it'll end up in the ocean?
Yes.
Really? American trash is what's ending up in the ocean?
Globally.
Really? Okay, so there's pretty good studies on this that would say that in the Pacific Ocean trash, and plastic specifically, the vast majority of it, over 90%, comes from Asia, African countries. Is that not true?
I think the numbers do tend to show that sort of increase on the part of the Asian countries, but that doesn't mean that we're not contributing to part of that as well.
How much do we contribute?
I don't have the answer at the top of my head.
I don't know what the fuck this is even about, but never mind.
You pull out a microscope. Oh my gosh, Leeuwenhoek. He got a drop of pond water, puts it under his microscope. He said, I wonder. He was curious. He puts it under and sees little, what he described as animalcules, happily a-swimming. Animalcules. These are like the amoebas in Paramecia. He reports on this to, the scientific.
That most men live lives of quiet desperation. It's one of my favorite quotes ever because it's true. And I've been that guy. You're just in this world where you just can't wait to just run away.
And how do people get stuck there?
Bills.
Bills, like financial bills?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. Bills and commitment. You have an apartment you have to pay for. You have a car you leased. You have a wife that you have to feed. You have a child you have to raise. You have your mortgage. You have your this. You have your that. And that's where it all comes from. The way you can change is you have to put aside enough money to give yourself a window. And then you have to have a plan. And you have to spend all your waking hours outside of whatever shit job you do planning your escape. And you have to come to the realization very clearly that you fucked up and you got yourself stuck. So whatever you're doing, you have to do it like your life depends on it. Whatever time that you have to attack like you're trying to save the world. That most men.
By God, Waste, I don't think that's what he's doing here, but I do think he's on the money. Because of all the men that I know, I can say that that's true of 99% of them. Most men do live a life of quiet desperation. They hate their life, right? They hate everything they do in life. They hate their job. They hate their home. They hate their family. And oftentimes not because they actually hate their family, but because they hate their job. It makes everything else miserable around them. And because they're in this death cycle of not actually being able to escape, they just have to continuously do it. I'm specifically thinking about men that have very manual labor jobs, right? So think about the guy that sweeps streets or the guy that does the maintenance on the entire town's sewage system. Jobs like that. Boulders, for example, that work very long hours in very dangerous conditions, oftentimes breaking their bodies in order to make sure that the world operates. Miners is another good example of this, where you might hate what you do, but it's the only thing you can do, because if you stop doing it, there's just nothing else coming. There's nothing else coming, right? You're not going to be able to eat. You're not going to be able to live. And it's not that Joe Rogan is saying that this is bad or that somehow you can run away from this. He's just saying, if you want to run away from it, you have to do something. So that's why I don't think what Joe Rogan is saying here is bad. He's saying, if you don't like this, you're going to have to start working twice as hard. You're going to have to go find that hobby and then start working at it, right? And grinding. Putting a little bit of money away every month until you have enough money to actually go for the thing that you loved doing and the thing that you've always wanted to do. Because you don't often have that freedom, right? There is no way out of that unless you make that way out for yourself. Doesn't help that a lot of people nowadays tell themselves they hate it or they are depressed. Wake up every morning and say you're depressed. You're more likely to be depressed. Yeah, I do think the problem is, in my opinion, we may have gotten more connected as a species. You know, think about it. We're connected all the time. When I wake up in the morning and I take up my phone, I can instantly see what the world is thinking on 2 different apps, right? I can go on Instagram, I can go on Twitter, I can go on Discord, and you're instantly connected to the whole world around you. And yet, I think we're more alone now than we've ever been before. Like, the loneliness now, where you're connected to everyone and you can say things on Twitter that, you know, millions of people can read, but are you really connected to anyone? Do you have a connection with anyone? I think that's what's causing a lot of the depression and a lot of the problems in our world, is the fact that people have zero actual connections. Been telling us from 5 years old that life is a certain way and anything else is failure. More people live in that anything else part of life than people live the social dream. Why do you think we lack genuine human connection? Is it fear? Mercer, fear, but then also I do think that there's been so I have this theory, and it's gonna sound very, it's almost gonna sound as if I'm on the side of the socialists, and in a way I am, even though I am a capitalist and I believe in the free market and I believe in capitalism, but I understand what the socialists see. I think the socialists have identified a genuine problem in our world. The rat race, right? You all know what the rat race means, what it refers to. In my opinion, the rat race has been invented and it's been played into by very corrupt, very evil corporate overlords to ensure their own success at the expense of human beings. So when you think about it, right, everything in our world has become so expensive that if you do decide to own something, so let's say, for example, you do go out and you buy a house, you've effectively planned your life for the next 30 years around that one purchase. For the next 30 years, leaving your job is not an option. You have a mortgage that needs to be paid. So you have signed yourself into the rat race. Buying a car, you've signed yourself into the rat race. Getting a credit card, you've signed yourself into the rat race. And by basically committing yourself to all of these different systems of control, you give control to the people that make all the money. You know, and for companies like Google, for companies like Amazon, this is amazing, right? Because they're making billions of dollars off of us being too busy to go out to the supermarket to buy anything, because you're working your fucking ass off until 8 o'clock in the evening just to pay for the house that is so expensive because of the government making houses too fucking expensive due to choices and tax properties and shit like that. I don't want to go into it, but there's a giant reason why the government is very much to blame for this. And we're all just slaves to the system that they invented to make sure that they remain on top and to basically remove any ability of competition ever, because we're so busy just trying to survive that we don't have, well, where the fuck would you find time to even become competition for these people? You're barely surviving as it is. And I think that's what socialists, especially young people, have noticed. They've realized that the system is so unfair. Now, the only place I disagree with the socialists is how to fix it. Because I think the way we fix it is less government. The socialists believe the way we fix it is more government. But we both agree that something needs fucking fixing. I genuinely don't disagree with him. This system as it exists right now is the most unfair system that has ever existed. And something needs to change. The only thing we need to figure out is what needs to change and how it needs to change. But I agree with you. This system is fucked. This is not a good system to be a part of, especially not for people that wasn't lucky enough to make it out of it.
I'm a parent because I have a child. That's why I'm a parent. And if you don't have what we're going to do is different. We are going to remove people to a safe third.
I think it doesn't matter what your body count is. I think it's pretty immature.
I'll use you as an example. At the beginning,
do you believe in white privilege?
What's the most important thing? I can't travel the country freely no more. I can't go to San Francisco.
There's nothing funnier. Fuck it. We'll go back to chatting. Nothing funny. Me. That's why more and more people are doing the hashtag van life, trying to get out of the rat race. But then you also now have local governments hammering down on those people, making sure they can't even park anywhere. Master Jal, monarchies are worse. I never said monarchies are good. I don't know in response to what that comment is. I mean, just because one thing is worse than another doesn't mean, well, this is the best. I hate that comment, you know. Yeah, democracy isn't perfect, but it's the best we have. It's like, that means nothing to me. It just means we're not perfect yet. We need to figure out how to be more perfect. I don't like this idea of, well, it's not perfect, but it's the best we have, so just be happy with it. No, the fact that it's not perfect means we have to figure out why it isn't perfect and fix it. Right? See, I had this thought. Now, you guys can tell me if I'm wrong. No, I do think democracy is the worst system ever, Master Jal. I don't believe that monarchies are worse than this system, because at least in a monarchy, most monarchies, the peasants were, for the most part, left to their own devices. Like, you can go throughout history. You had monarchies that were absolutely evil and did a lot of evil shit, right? But usually those monarchies were destroyed relatively quickly. Like, you would have some kind of peasant uprising and they would kill the monarch, right? So usually very evil, very corrupt monarchies did not survive for long. Most monarchies, however, couldn't give two fucks about the peasants. Like, the peasants just did their peasant thing, and all the monarchy really cared about was, as long as they got their cut, they were happy, right? So the peasants would plant and the peasants would farm, and the monarch would ask for 10 or 20% of the harvest. And as long as they got their 10 or 20% of the harvest, they couldn't give two fucks about what the peasants were up to. It was really up to the peasants to live their lives. Now, of course, we look back on those days and we think, Jesus, it must have been horrible to live like that. But when you think about today, the government isn't just okay with you giving your 20%. Because the government doesn't just take your 20%. It takes your 20%, then it also tells you how you're allowed to make that money that you pay 20% for. It tells you where you can park. It tells you where you can live. It tells you how you can live. It tells you what you can buy. It tells you, what you can watch, what you can't watch. The government is just, it's involved in every aspect of your life. So I would say that the system we have now is by far one of the worst systems I think we've ever had, because it's a system that pretends to be good for us. Whereas at least with dictatorships, dictators don't pretend to be good for anyone, right? They're at least honest in their fact that they fucking hate their own people, right? So at least in that, they're honest about their disregard for their people's happiness. Our system now pretends to care about our people's happiness, and yet people are more unhappy than ever. And that's what makes it worse, because it's objectively not what it's supposed to be, and yet it pretends to be something it isn't. And a lot of people believe that it is that thing. It just needs a few more changes, and it'll arrive there. I heard this interesting thing yesterday. I was watching this video by it was a podcast, and there was a historian on there, and he made this very interesting comment. He spoke about the founding fathers of America, and he said exceptionalism has always been a thing, right? You had Babylonian exceptionalism, you had Persian exceptionalism, you had British exceptionalism. This idea, right, that an empire is exceptional in every single way, and that we are the best of the best, right? And he said what was interesting about the founding fathers of America is that they didn't believe that Americans were exceptional. In fact, they very specifically believed that Americans weren't exceptional, which is why when they founded America, they wanted to give the government as little power as humanly possible to ensure that the government couldn't start banking on this exceptionalism, right? So that the government wouldn't get the power to effectively... Because basically the founding fathers realized that America is going to become the strongest country in the world. Like, they realized that by the rate that America is expanding and the rate in which America is increasing its own wealth, America is going to be the greatest country on earth. But they recognize that America has no right to claim that they are the greatest country on earth because they are exceptional. The founding fathers believed that America is the greatest country on earth because the people are free and the land is abundant. So the land provides quite heavily for the people that are free and are willing to work hard, but that the government should never have the power to basically start believing in this exceptionalism thing. And it was incredibly profound to me to realize that, you know, the founding fathers literally thought about this, which is why I to this day, I believe the founding fathers of America may have been some of the smartest people that has ever lived. Just in how they viewed the world and what they wanted America to be versus what they didn't want America to be. It's quite insane. Ben Franklin once said, democracy is the worst form of government except for all the others. Modern democracy, republicanism, is based on consent of the governed, which is considered to be the highest ideal. You see, the problem for me with democracy is how is democracy not just mob rule? This is a genuine question for anyone that thinks that they may have an answer to it. Explain to me, how is democracy not just mob rule? Because that's what it feels like to me. That's what it feels like it is to me. Rob the Fool, I would argue America hasn't been a republic for a very long time. America was set up to be a republic, but due to states having winner-takes-all rules, and basically the setup where you no longer have representative proportional representation within America, America is a democracy. It literally is a democracy. The majority rules the minority. Nobody wants that shit as law. In a democracy, there is a judicial system means nothing when the majority has control of the judicial system. That's the problem. All democracy really is a way for the majority to beat the minority over their head with their own laws. You know, that's just nuts. People in to decide what we want. Rob the Fool, but that's what democracies do as well. So the way America was meant to be was a proportional representative system. In other words, let's say, for example, you live in Texas, and Texas has 20 political parties, and these 20 political parties get an equal percentage of the vote in Texas. Every single one of these political parties would be represented within Congress, because they're meant to represent their people proportionally to the state vote. That's not how it works anymore in America, because most parties in America have this winner takes all approach. So if the Democrats get the most votes in a state, all of the Congress seats go to Democrats. So it's no longer representative or even proportionally representative of the state and how people decided to vote, which is why America has two parties. And basically those two parties made laws to ensure that they will always only be the two parties and no other parties will ever be able to do anything. Presidents can still win without the popular vote, which, to be fair, might be the last semblance of republic. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you guys have exactly the same democracy as, say, for example, European countries, because obviously you don't. But you're far closer to a democracy than what you are to a republic. Do I think Trump will be re-elected? No, I don't think so, Profile. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I don't really give a fuck because nothing will change. You know, it'll all be exactly the same. You know, Trump starts this tariff war with China. The Democrats and Biden say how fucking stupid Trump is and how evil this is, and you know, America shouldn't have a trade war with China. Biden gets voted into office and Biden continues the trade war with China. The only difference now is that they no longer say it's stupid, right? Now it's the best idea in the world to have a trade war with China. So at the end of the day, nothing changes. Everything's the same. They just make noise. And it's pretending. Both the Democrats and the Republicans pretend to be enemies so that the people in America think they're being represented by two different parties. That's my view on it, at least. You're not actually represented by two different parties. Don't worry about it. You know, I don't want you guys to feel like you have choice. Please, if you're an American, you need to know you can feel safe in the fact that you do not have choice. Whether you cast your vote for the Democrats or whether you cast your vote for the Republicans, you are voting for corporate America, and they thank you for your vote. They will do everything in their power to fuck you in the ass with it. So, you know, take heed, you know, and feel safe in the knowledge that you are doing the Lord's work as far as they're concerned. Jeff Bezos thanks you. Sam Allen, you know, pretty much, right? What about the fears of him never leaving office? I mean, I don't think those fears are realized in any way, shape, or form, Master Jal. I don't think he is the dictator that people want to make him out to be. Yeah, I don't think that would happen. Money and greed rule all. Ali Boggs, so true. So fucking true. 100% true. Did you know Biden is the second Catholic president in US history? I didn't even know Biden was a fucking Catholic. I mean, you could have fooled me, to be fair. Wait, this is loud as shit. Turn down the music. It's called Farthest Frontier. And I thought it's actually so apt that we started talking about this. Because you're basically, like, you'll see what the story is about when we start. I'm not gonna go for the hard ones because I don't really know how to get. I've never really. I've played a little bit of the game, right? But I've never really gotten that far in the game. So, King of the Castle. It is Twitch integration. What's King of the Castle?
Life can be harsh everywhere, but in the old world, there was improving. When our crops failed, the ruling class would still collect the same share, leaving our children to starve. And if we had any coin to our name, the taxman would appear, demanding it for the crown.
I love this, the idea of this game.
Hid behind the safety of their walls and did nothing when raiders pillaged the outskirts of the city. And so, some of us decided that it was time to leave. That we'd rather take our chances in the wilderness, seeking the promise of a new land, than starve to death in our homeland.
Yeah, boys, we're off to build our own fucking future.
We lost many along the way. But this wild, unsettled land offers us the hope of a new start as the masters of our own destiny.
Ollie Boggs, no. I've never seen that before. I should actually check it out. Imagine if we could all just set off and make our own country. Like, that was still legal to just go off on your own. That's why the game is called Farthest Frontier. Like, we just ventured off, you and me, chat. We ventured off into the great unknown and we said, fuck it, right? Fuck it. We'll build our own world and we'll be happy when we build our own world. Now, of course, I'm the dictator of this world, so we're gonna do what I fucking say, but never you mind. I'll take care of us. I need to get the right spot, though. What's that? I don't know if this is clay or if this is something else. Sand, maybe. Might be sand. Will there be hookers and blackjack? If I built my own country? Yeah, I think so. Is the frames bad? Like, is there a lot of frame drops for you guys here? Or not really? Okay, I don't condone you being my dictator. I'm going to raise a rebellion. You can go fuck yourself with your rebellion. I'll shut that shit down immediately. You little bitch. Hey, there's gonna be no marches in my country. You're not gonna be free to, like, form rebellions and shit. You'll be locked up and shot. Thinking about. Let's quickly see if we could just, like, make it maybe a little bit smoother, right? Like, this needs to change immediately. I can take it down to 60. Who gives a fuck? Jesus, that does make a bit of a difference. Jesus, there's a lot of foliage in this game. Wait, what's F? Ferorius, by the way, 45 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is the stream down? It's your choice of Indie Friday? Yeah, for now. It's the choice for Indie Friday for now. Sam Raymond, how you doing? All right, what's this like? Is it better or worse? Okay, this is clay. Clay is good. So let's just quickly make sure that we have... What do we have close to us? When that's clay, and we're going to need clay at some point. Alright, so this is much better. Some animals over here. Okay. Water over here, which is... Actually, the water would be fucking far away. The clay is there, the water would be super far away. A lot of deer in this here area, though. Good. I could zoom out even more. It would have been lovely if I could zoom out even more. What's over here? Sand. And fish. And I think we'll just build... Oh, wait. Okay, so where's dry patches? There's a lot of dry patches. There's a lot of fertile ground here. We should be fine. At least for now. I hope. Man, this is so far to the fucking water, though. Alright, we'll just build here, and we'll make it work as time goes on, I think. Yes. Get close to water. Fuck fishing. I'm gonna have my people live on a diet of meat and nothing else. Seven Raven, it's called Farthest Frontier. They'll eat meat and they'll be happy with it. I don't want to hear any fucking complaints from anyone. I think I've played Banished before. We want to grab a couple of trees here. A couple of rocks as well. Yeah, let's go. Meat is my favorite kind of meat. Mine too. Mine too. Send you a sneak peek at the lion's progress. Oh shit! Wait, I have to watch this. I have to look at this. Give me a second, chat. Bro, this is gonna be sick. Goblin Spore. I wouldn't be playing games if I didn't allow backseat gaming. Like, you guys are more than welcome. I'll just put this in the title so people know what we're playing. Fuck me. All right, there we go. I don't know. We can try. Maybe we can. Let's just speed this shit up. It's speculated Farsight might have something to do with the return of the lion. That's just because they know that if they don't start working with the Imperium, they're gonna get fucked. If we can name our villagers, would it be a good idea to just give all of our villagers like Warhammer 40k names? What do you guys think? Like, we do proper Warhammer 40k everything. Is the game of multiplayer? I don't know. Give them name of viewers too. Then we can blame chat if shit goes wrong. Oh shit. Okay, let's see if we can actually do that. That'd be so cool. Bethany. Can we give Bethany a different name? We can give Bethany a different name. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Okay, chat. Who's our first villager called? Who wants to be a villager? We all do, you know it. All right, we'll start with the people that subbed in today's stream, right? So Moni subbed first. Moni is a girl now. We should probably not... Okay, let's see. Did we have any girls that subbed? Rose Fox subbed. So we'll say Rose Fox. And so Bethany is now Rose Fox. Congratulations, Bethany. Let's find a guy for Moni. Here we go. Kasparov is now Moni. Congratulations, Moni. You're now Kasparov. I think we can actually... There we go. Yeah, we can actually do... Yeah, we can actually do this. Wait. There we go. Okay, so the names are here. Next one we have is Norst. So Matayek is going to be Norst for the Wicked. All right, I think this works. Then we have for Jabird. We need to go for Jabird. Leoden is going to be Jabird. He's an old fuck, it seems. So we'll go for Jabird, and then we'll go for Rorius. We need to go for Rorius. Fuck, I have so many... Where's the main? Where's the main? Here we go. Ferorius. Right. Okay, so we've done... Now we have some names here, right? From all the people that have subbed. And we'll go through the stream. Don't worry, I'm not going to ask all of you to fucking sub, right? But I will give... I will give preference to people that donate bits or some shit like that. Like, I'll name someone after you. And then throughout the stream, I'm just going to choose random people to become people. We'll make a decision. Jabird seems to be doing nothing, though. Like, he's just standing there. Moni is cutting down a fucking lot. Oh, shit. Jabird with the 5 community subs. Wait, that gives us more names to work with. Hold the phone, fam. Hold the phone. Where do you get a list of all your villagers that you can just name in one spot? Because, okay, everyone that just got gifted a sub, I'm also gonna do your names. Nick. So Nick is now a villager. Arena Nate. I'm not sure if Arena is a girl. Does anyone know? Arena Nerit sounds like a girl, right? Yeah, we'll go for... We'll just go for girl. Yes, I am. Okay, Arena, then you're now this girl. Who are the other people that got gifted subs? Master Jal? Okay, we need to pick someone for Master Jal. Master Jal, we may have run out of main for you. Oof. Leicester! Okay, we have one more. It's fine. Master Jal, you're lucky. You have a man. Where's the hearts in chat, by the way? I see like 2 people give hearts. Jabird just gifted 5 subs. I want to see way more fucking hearts in chat. And then, who else? Shit, can't remember who else. Saven Raven. Okay, that's easy. You're going to be a girl as well, Saven. Saven Raven. And then the last one was Cypher. Cypher, I'm assuming, is also a guy. But Cypher, I don't have guys. So the only thing I can do for you, Cypher, is you become a villager as soon as we have a boy that's born. Okay? That's the best I can do right now, Cypher. As soon as we have a boy that's born, you'll be the first one. Natora, how you doing? We've decided that we hate our government, and so me and chat have fucked off to the furthest frontier, and we're now building our own village, because fuck the government. Pretty much. This is where we are now. Iron ore to the left, clay pit to the right. Where the fuck do I go with this, though? Where do I build the houses? Maybe the houses can be built here. Ooh, I don't want to build the houses here. But I might have to. Yeah, we'll do the houses here. Never mind. Okay, so for houses... Wait! This doesn't... No. Cancel this. Yes, delete this building. How do I see water again? Oh, I'm gonna have to do well. Food... No? Resources. So this is where the water is based. This is where the water is based, actually. This is a pretty dry region, actually. Although not too bad. We should be able to be fine. We should be fine here. We'll build right here. Wait, did the stream go down again? I hope not. Yeah. Farmland will definitely do. Like if we go, this is oh shit. Yeah, if we build. See, if we build on this side, I just don't like the fact that there's a fucking mine right there, and that mines bring down the desirability of your area quite a lot. So these are going to be peasant homes with no ability to ever be anything other than a peasant. Poor as fuck people. I shouldn't have built my town hall there, should I, chat? That was a terrible idea. Basically, Jabad, we're all going to be old as shit and poor as fuck. I know. We'll build it here. I don't know where the fucking water is here. I know it's somewhere over here. But this is all farmable land. I built my town hall literally on one of the most fertile areas. Can you guys see that? I built my town hall on prime farming locations. Like, that farm could have fed the whole fucking village. Now there's a town hall on top of it. This is disgusting. I'm disgusted with myself. I'll just build it here. It's fine. That's good enough. Okay, that's a road. And then from here... Oh, there we go. So the big update to this game, Echo, is you can move your graveyard and town home after you take to, I think, town hall level 2. Oh, shit. I didn't even know that you could do that. But that's good to know. I think these houses are in a good place right now because we could use farms all around it. So I think this should be fine. Nothing I don't see any auto mod here, Seven Raven. Everything you say is coming through. Is anyone seeing, like... Can everyone else see Seven Raven's messages? Because I can. Oh yeah, I know you guys want some. You want a well. So let's do the well. Right there. Storm and rain ambient. So good, dude. Dude, I would say the graphics here is actually phenomenal. I mean, the graphics is really good. Okay, let's get some food. We need some food. So we'll do a forager shack. I think right here should be a good forager spot. Because it catches a little bit of that. It doesn't interfere too much with things. Yeah, fuck off. I don't care. Yeah, this is a good spot for a forager's village. This game is simply fun. It looks super fun. I've never been able to get too far into it, but it definitely does look incredibly fun. And there's a lot that you need to think about with this game. Just look at our villagers run. Look at Morny. And look at your bird just going. Like, you guys are just going. Just working your little butts off for your new dictator. I love it. Such good people. I want to turn VSync on because this is getting annoying with the frame tearing and shit. Nice road down the center. So far, I like it. It's all working the way that it should, at least. Okay, they need firewood. Resources, firewood. This is going to impact desirability, right? Yep. Okay, so that needs to be far away. Close to the mines. We can build it here. Let's go here. I want to be a farmer. You don't get to choose. I'll make you whatever the fuck I want you to be. And you'll work, you little bitch. There's not going to be any discussions about this. You'll do what I fucking say. Yeah, I told you guys. Hey, guys, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's leave. This lord is evil. And then as soon as we got here, I was like, yeah, bitch, you all belong to me now. And I'm not even fucking sorry about that. Oh, shit, the Dark Lord. We have another potential slave for the village. Dark Lord, thanks so much, dude. 3 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you. I know exactly what we're going to do for Dark Lord as well. He's going to be the town gigolo, giving people blowjobs right here. Right here behind the town hall. This is where the Dark Lord will be set up. Business as usual. Dark Lord, you don't want to be giving blowjobs? What the fuck's wrong with you, bro? Blowjobs be good, man. New villager is born. Let's go. Roman. Okay, so Sephirin. What was the spelling of Sephirin's name again? Can someone quickly check? Mike, how you doing, fam? Cypher. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much. All right, so Cypher. Oh, shit. Caps. Cypher is a new boy. A ginger boy. Congratulations, Cypher. Shit, wait. Was it Cypher? No. All right, there we go. We've got his name, Cypher. Okay, this thing is built, and they're busy chopping wood. Let's just put some restrictions here. I need about... how much firewood would I need? Dark Lord, you bastard. With the gifted sub, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Far too kind. Really appreciate that. We've got some new villagers that's just immigrated. So we can choose the Dark Lord. You're Faden, by the way. New guy here. New man in the village. The Dark Lord. And then, of course, we have a gifted sub for Amonterol. That sounds like a girl's name. Would you guys say, wait, is Amonterol a girl's name or a guy's name? Sounds like a girl's name, no? You want to date Traitor on there? Yeah, why not? Fuck yeah, let's go. All right. I'm just going to assume. So I do apologize if this is wrong, but it's the best I can do. So Amonterol. There we go. So I think all of the subs so far in the stream now have actual characters in the game. But I'm going to do... just going to see... I'm gonna find the right one. Yeah, I'll give you a fucking character. Don't worry, fam. You're gonna get your character. 4 people immigrated, and I can't see who the fuck they are. This is easy. Yeah. Ira Ferorius. Oh, shit. Look at this. Norston Ferorius double teaming this girl. Like, Ira is having the time of her life in this house. Bro, she's getting fucked day and night, making babies for the colony. I like it. I like it. Wow, these girls are having some lesbian action going on here. This is the place you want to be. This is the place you want to be. This house right here. Oh my god, ArenaNet. I am so sorry. Shit. ArenaNet is that's a horrible house to be in. That's just wrong on so many fucking levels. Okay, so we have Patra. Let's see. We need a female sub. Is there any... which girls are sub to the channel that doesn't have a character in game yet? Okay, I need 2. No, yeah, I need 2. 3. 3 girls that doesn't have names yet. I'm now just going to start going down subs, right? And the subs are going to get names. CCS Yukon, I don't have male villagers anymore. There's a lot of female villagers here. Heard about the Twitch CEO thing, Echo? What happened now? What did he do? Did I didn't set this. Okay, so minimum quota for firewood. I think we'll go for... let's go for 50. Not 580. Just 50. Let's go for 50 minimum and 150 maximum for now. I think that should be enough. Just to resign or something like that? Oh, yeah. Yeah. But that's actually good. Like, the Twitch CEO was by far one of the worst people in the fucking world. Like, he did nothing, bro. No one knew who the hell he was, what he did, what he didn't do. He was just like a nothing burger. So it's actually good that they got him. The new CEO is actually apparently not bad. I've spoken to a few creators that's met him. He's not a gamer. He's definitely not a streamer. Laxi, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. he's not a streamer, he's not a gamer, but he's apparently open-minded enough, and he does seem to at least speak to fucking streamers, which is a huge improvement over the other guy, right? Whatever like, that's how much no one knew about him. By the way, Maxi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. I'm from South Africa. I don't know where all these other people are from. They just arrived here. Just randomly showed up. Bunch of weirdos watching me play video games. Should probably do a hunter's cabin as well. Ooh, 9 deer. This is a good spot. Easy. From my basement. Did you watch the video I sent you on Twitter? No, the Dark Lord. I have not. We might do it a bit later. But the guy responsible for the 50-50 split? Which 50-50 split? You mean for subs, Master Joel? To be fair, I don't think I've ever... I don't have a massive problem with the 50-50 split, because if you're a content creator, if you want a better split, you can always go to Patreon, where the split is literally 95-5, right? So you get 95%, they get 5%. I just don't know how, like, so according to my knowledge from the sources that I've spoken to, Twitch doesn't actually make a lot of money off of subs. When you start factoring in the costs of money, it actually makes it a hell of a lot harder. Like, Twitch makes barely any money off of subs anyway, so... I mean, I don't particularly mind it. But, okay, but to be fair, I don't really do Twitch to make money. So that's probably also why I don't really care. I think it would be rough for people that do Twitch for money. Like, I can understand why that would be a problem. I do Twitch just for fun. So that probably helps a bit. Resources. Fuck. When's my other resources storage? I do actually need some storage. We need a stockyard. I'm assuming the stockyard needs to be close to the town hall. Or am I making a mistake? Yeah, let's do it right next to the town hall. Who gives a shit about winter? They have their houses, they have firewood. They'll be fine. They'll be chilling. Oh wait, this is actually... Fuck, okay, they're not building my hunting shack. Look at all you little cunts running to your little houses, unwilling to work. Just look at this. Look at this. Lazy pieces of shit. I'm starting to see why presidents invent things like gulags. Irina is not having a good winter. Not gonna lie. Look at this. Irina is here. Jabba, Dark Lord, and Master Jal, all having the time of their life. There we go. Back to work. Bitches. I think we got a match with South Africa in July. Laxi, a match for what? Was lazy. Just because I haven't cracked the whip yet. We'll get to the whip in a second. But Mike, yeah, I agree with you. This game is super fun. Very chill. To be fair, I don't think I expected it to be this chill. Because most... I mean, we haven't really gotten to the part of the game that... Fishing area. Not a great fishing area, really. Not bad. Fishing productivity goes up by 210%. Okay, that's not horrible. We'll build a fishing spot right there. Now we have to connect this fishing spot. Shit. Okay. Better than nothing. What is this game, by the way? It's called Farthest Frontier. Old Man Moto. Where is the DJ Nation Orgy Outpost? I haven't built it yet, but right now it's this house. Apocalypse. This house is where the most degenerate shit is happening. It's one girl and 3 guys in one house. No, so the food is months. So we have 6 months of food at the minute. We obviously need more, but for now we have at least 6 months. Make it 3 girls and 1 guy. I can't really make it anything. Some buildings have a work area in order to function. The circle defines where villagers will seek resources in the world. Okay, no problem. So we have deer here. I do want to put a limit on the amount of meat that they source in this area. So let's do... How much meat do we want? How many villagers do we have? We have 20 villagers. So let's say we do 80 as a minimum. And then maybe 100 as a maximum for now. That should be fine, right? The rest don't really... I don't really need limits on the rest. Should be fine. Look at him, already defining the king's forest area. Well, yeah, of course. I am the king. What did you guys expect? You guys are pretending to be surprised at the fact that I'm gonna control you like the slaves that you are. I never said that, you know, you're gonna live a free life. I just said let's leave the life that we're in. Fuck the king. But, you know, I'm the king now. Shanita, how you doing? The government, am I our own government? Yeah, you voted me into power and I immediately seized all power. Like every good government would do. And you guys can literally do nothing about it. How does that feel? How does it make you feel, chat? Knowing that you're powerless to stop this. The smokehouse dries and cures meat and fish, greatly extending how long those foods keep before spoiling. Constant supply of firewood is needed to keep the smokehouse operational. Alright, so we'll do the smokehouse over here. I'm an NPC, I have no thoughts or feelings. But doesn't that make you happy? By the way, from what I understand, watching some of the reviews, this game, like I'll show you guys this actually. Oh shit, a new villager is born. It's a girl! We still need more girls to actually name from chat. Is there any girls in chat that would like to be a character in the game? Anala. Yeah, we already know what Anala is going to be doing, right? What are you doing, step bro? Pyromaniac, are you actually a girl? Or do you just want to be a girl in the game? Anala is a pretty good name for a porn star, sure. Alright, there we go. So, Pyromaniac. Dustar. There we go. We have a goal. I don't know what the hell... Like, I don't know how much meat So we have 118 meat at the minute. Smoked meat, we have 96. My big question, the thing that bothers me, is how much meat do they actually eat? As a general rule. Like how much meat constitutes a month's worth of meat, for example? Ira works at the smokehouse, doesn't she? No, Mina works at the smokehouse. Oh shit. We have another worker here. Another goal. Fuck, there's not enough goals in chat to actually name all our female villagers. Some of you guys are about to become goals in this game, by the way. I am about to make some of you fucks goals just because there's not enough, there's just not enough goals in chat. Medicinal herbs. I do actually have to set up another forager shack here for these medicinal herbs. And some willow. This is not bad. Over here, we can get some eggs as well. Eggs, wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey. Become woman, get respect. Exactly. Mercera. Okay, so you wouldn't mind being a girl. Alright. Then, Mercera is now part of the game. Mercera, congratulations. Old woman Modo. Modo, you would want to be a girl as well? Okay, what else do we... Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. This is actually the wildest thing ever. So, do you guys want to see what farming looks like in this game? Hey, can I just fucking show you this? Alright, so before we do that, I made this mistake last night, and I will never make this mistake again. Before you do anything in this game, if you ever build a farm, make sure that you first have a fence around it. Because here's what the fuck happens if you don't have a fence. The animals run into your farm, and then they eat all your fucking shit. And once they're in the farm, there's no way to get them out of the fucking farm. Like, they're just in there now. So you basically want to set up a location first to make sure that the goddamn things don't get into the farm. We'll build it slightly bigger than what we need right now. Like, the farm isn't actually going to be this big, but for now I think it's fine. Scare them off, but they come back. Yeah, it's better to just have the fence. Seems like a bug. Not really. Like, the farmers will scare them off, but you want the fence there to ensure that the deer don't get into your farm to begin with. But I'll show you guys in a second what I mean. Farming in this game is not just build a farm and, you know, live happily ever after. Oh, no, 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 chat. No, no, no. Not at all. I should probably do a road. Hunting shack equals pest control problem solved. Not really, because your hunting shack doesn't hunt everything to death. It just hunts enough so that these things keep going. I mean, you can put it to where it will hunt everything to death, but then you're fucked, right? Because then there's nothing left afterwards. You going to war? Groll, how you doing, bro? I don't know if you have war in this game. I know you have bandits, but I don't think you can do war. I've heard of the game Banished, Toto, but I've never played Banished. I have heard of it, though. I mean, it's my type of game. I like games like that. So Banished very much reminded me of a game that I played as a child called Beast and Bumpkins. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of that game. Fuck, I don't even know if you'll find anything online of that game. Let's just see quickly. Beast and Bumpkins. Here we go. So this was one of my favorite games ever, was Beast and Bumpkins. For, like, as a child, I played the shit out of this game. It's super old.
Hey there, team. Welcome back to the channel and welcome to Beasts and Bumpkins. Coming from 1997. I tell you what, this was a nightmare to get running, but it is probably one of my oldest and most favorite games of all time. And I haven't played it since 97. So yeah, I've got it working, and I'm going to put it up here, and hopefully we do a full series. So this probably predates a lot of you, and even the old boys won't necessarily know about this game. It's EA, Electronic Arts, just from, you know, decades upon decades ago.
This was back when Electronic Arts was actually good, when they actually made decent fucking games. I've tried Foundation as well. I was a huge Sectors fan as well, Cesius, but this game is
a wonderful, cool game. Absolutely love. So let's see. Banished to this remote island of Aorta by senile old King Roland as punishment for your refusal to flatter his immense ego. Your immediate objective is to increase your peasant population to 6 people and grow your herd to 4 cattle. Place a couple of chicken houses down, and as your people are starving. Also note that the more houses you build, the more people will reproduce. Good luck. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so this game actually had a very interesting thing. The only way, from what I remember, I could be wrong, but from what I remember, the only way to make your population grow was through reproduction. So you started with 6 people, and you basically had to get everything just right for your population to actually start reproducing. So you had to get enough food, enough variations of food, so that people would actually have children. And you would actually have villagers going into their house, the house sort of shaking, and then a baby is born. And they'd be like fucking fireworks coming out of the house going, woo, baby born, right? And you would send a child out with the sheep, right, to go herd the sheep. And by the time the child comes back, it's like an old fucking man. So your villagers would age and die. So you genuinely, the first time I played this, I lost all my people to old age. Because as a child, I didn't know how to fucking play. So I basically didn't have anything in such a way that they reproduced. And it ended up like all my people just died and it was game over.
Oh my goodness. What a classic. See, the little kid immediately just drank all the water and burped. That's so good. A letter has arrived. All right, here we go. Oh god, this mouse control's a bit touchy, but whatever.
Graphics.
First place, a couple of chicken houses. Bring up the bottom menu bar. Yep, no, that's all right. I know how to do this.
But anyways, yeah, don't want to watch this. Just wanted to show you guys that's the graphics of Beast and Bumpkins, but this game was so bloody good. And it really was the precursor, I think, to a lot of what we would probably refer to as modern day RTSs. Things like Black and White 2 or Black and White, I think, got a lot of inspiration from things like Beast and Bumpkins. Even Settlers to some extent. Because this is one of those things that I like about games like this. You don't get to control your villagers. Your villagers will just do things. The only thing you can do is to basically try and direct your villagers. We probably need to cut down more trees, but where? Let's go for these. Let's cut down these trees around here. I don't want to go too far because if we cut down where the boars are, they might leave. So we'll do here as well, just around this mine. All right. What creature did you usually pick? Yes, black and white. I can't even remember CCS, but I love that game. Being grounded for spending too much time on this game, was forced to touch grass. Oh yeah, back in the day when parents actually gave a shit about what their kids were up to. I remember that. But okay, I'm about to show you what farming is like, and believe me, fam, it is not easy. All right, so let's build our first farm. We'll do it small-ish. We'll start small, just like that. You can. We'll eventually herd animals. We'll eventually do all of that shit. But, so, farming, you can't just plant one type of thing. Because you have to take soil fertility and the weed levels of your farm, the rocky levels of your farm, all of that shit needs to be taken into account. You have to add sand to your farm or clay to your farm, depending on the types of crops that you want to grow. You basically get a 3-year window, and you have to choose the types of crops that you're gonna plant, so that you don't make the ground arid as fuck and just unfertile soil. Because once soil becomes like completely dead, because you just basically over-farmed one type of crop on it, it can take years to fix that farm, to get it fertile again. So you have to be very careful with that shit. Man, the wolves are a bit wild. Okay, let's put down a sawmill right there. I fucking hate this. I'm losing those 2 blocks now. They just do nothing on. Okay, a new villager is born. Another girl. Fuck me. Why are you guys not producing kids with penises? What's going on? Like, you guys are fucking like little rabbits, and yet only girls are born. Like, Christ. All right, who wants a name? Who wants a character in game? And is okay with being a girl in the game? Will you get Christmas? Yeah, fuck your Christmas, bro. You're working. Oh yeah, we have to name Zofia. Zofia was just born. There we go. I think Zofia is still actually one of the top sub-gifters, no? I'm pretty sure. That's a good catch, Ferorius. Thanks. Okay, so we missed some fish and some meat, but that should be fine. Everything is smoked. We have no greens. Why do we have so few greens? What the fuck are you guys doing? Start gathering shit. Come on. Wasn't me, dude. Wait, who said Zofia? Oh, Theseus. Good catch, Theseus. Shit, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, so we have meat. We're gonna lose 2 months of meat. I want to show you this farm. This is the only thing I care about now, is showing you guys what the farm looks like. A Fletcher's building. Probably do need that, but I don't know how many workers, so I don't know how to check how many workers currently don't have work. So we have 4 builders and 7 laborers. We need more people, I think. I think all of our people are No, are all of our people currently working? So we have 3 farmers, 1 fisherman, 2 foragers, 1 hunter, 1 smoker, 2 sawyers. 78% of their time is spent working. 3% of their basic needs are met. Wow, you guys are really being taken care of way too well here. Transferring goods, excessive time spent transferring goods could indicate that your storage buildings are set too far from manufacturing sources or residents. Residents move storage buildings or construct new ones closer to these buildings. Fuck that. Combat 0%. 2%. Villagers may spend time being idle if they are waiting for work that needs to be done. But it doesn't tell me how many people are in work at the minute. I wonder if this... Okay, so laborers are the ones that doesn't have work at the minute. Okay, so we can build 7 more buildings for laborers to fill up before we're going to need more people. The Fletcher's building, does it impact desirability? No, it does not. So it can be built literally anywhere. We'll build it, I think, here. No, let's build it closer to where it might be needed. The hunters need that. Specific job is assigned as a laborer. Goblin Spore, yeah, thank you. It doesn't have work. Can we go? I think, well, that's what I think now. We want bread. No. You don't get to make demands. This is not the kind of village where you get to demand shit. This is the kind of village where you work. I wonder who's gonna die first. Can we get some bets in chat? Which of our villagers do you think will die first? Ivan, how you doing? Because it's almost guaranteed that someone is going to fucking die. Someone's gonna get their shit kicked in this game. Can we build a market? Not yet. We need a storehouse. Oh, that's actually a good idea. A large storage structure used to store all items. A place for villagers to stockpile building materials such as logs, stone, and wood planks. So you kind of want storehouses, I'm guessing. Additional housing to support a larger population. Get fucked. We don't need more people. We've got enough people. I'm assuming if you build a storehouse, you kind of... Let's build it, yeah, let's build one there, and then maybe we'll build another storehouse here. Okay. Oh shit, alpaca isn't named. That's true. But we don't, oh, the reason alpaca isn't named is because there are no male villagers available to be named. That's why alpaca isn't in the game, unless alpaca wants to be a girl. Because literally the only thing you guys are good at is making fucking girls. Actually, here we go. Alpaca. Alpaca, you are a fisherman. Congratulations. Be a better woman than 90% of women. Well, you're a fisherman now. Congratulations, alpaca. Okay, we need a goal. Is there a goal in chat that wants a name? Or a guy that wants to be a goal in the game? Specifically, you're gonna be a builder. So, Mike. There we go. Mike. Congratulations, fam. You're a female builder. Fucking troll, bro. Right. Okay, so we have storehouses being moved everywhere. Could I have tits? They'll be in the bedroom. Oh shit. That backfired. I just want to show you guys the farm and how the farm is taking so fucking long. Does this house have access to a road? It does not. I probably build more houses. I will do F, Mike, and Alpaca. Jesus, Furious. Whoa, 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 what? Put it out! Look at Nick. Man, Nick is a hard-working little fuck. Look at him run. Norst also repairing. Rose Fox. I have no interest in putting the building out. Dude, you guys should put this shit out. Oh, shit. This is a problem. Someone help. Someone help. Place is getting fucking wrecked. My God. Bro, just look at them. Not even Morny and Rose Fox doesn't give a shit. Not my circus, not my monkeys. They are just they can see it on fire and they literally just don't give a crap. No one died. Just 2 buildings got destroyed. Not gonna lie, that's a little sus. The fact that you guys just watched as the whole place burnt down. Slightly sus, but never mind. Okay, there's a well close to this now, so I'm hoping that the well is where they get water to put the fires out. I don't know if that's true. I'm thinking that's true. Let's just go through and see what do we need to build. Okay, we can build a market, finally. We do need one. Storage, we do need a root cellar, which is where we store food. Wait, is there a specific place where these need to be built? Partially underground structure used to store food at reliable temperature, reducing the rate of spoilage. So we'll build one of those, and then maybe we'll build another one close here, because why not? Sus, revolt is brewing, I say. Yeah, someone put those buildings on fire, I think, on purpose. I don't think this was an accident. I'd be well surprised if it actually was. Let's cut down these trees as well, please, fams. Get rid of this shit. No trees allowed. Don't cut off the greens, though. Dangerous territory? For what, Wyfern? Dangerous territory for what? Crops ready for assignment. Okay, so you're about to see just how wild this shit gets. So I'm gonna say let's do 50 arrows as a minimum, and maybe like 100 arrows as a maximum. And then for bows, how many people do we have? That's not really necessary, I think. Let's do 5 as a minimum, and we'll do 10 as a maximum. Okay, so this is crops. So allow me to explain. So we're gonna plant some stuff now. Okay, so first thing you have to take care of is your fertility. So you can see here, fertility is like 69%. You have the weed level Our weed level currently is at 85%. And then you have rockiness, which is at 46%. This is not good. But then you also have a soil mixture. So the soil mixture currently, we could actually add a bit of sand to get it more in like the green zone, because right now it's a little bit too clayish. All of that shit has like the things you plant need specific things, and it's relying on certain things. So buckwheat, for example, it only like its fertility reliance, as you can see here, or dependence, is very low. So it doesn't really give a shit whether or not the land is very fertile. It suppresses weed, which is good, right? It actually helps get rid of a lot of the weeds in your place. It grows rather fast, so that's good. But it does impact fertility, as you can see there. So it's actually going to destroy your fertility of your area quite heavily. So you want to plan accordingly. So if we go for buckwheat here, for example, we have to know that it's going to fuck our fertility quite heavily. So you might want to do buckwheat, then do this to get rid of a lot of the weeds and the rocks, and then do this to add fertility. So clover gives you fertility. It doesn't suppress wheat, however, but that's fine. We've already suppressed wheat. And then you want to look at, like, for example, beans. So beans here, very bad at weed suppression, insofar as it will not suppress wheat at all. It doesn't really impact fertility. It actually adds a little bit of fertility. And it's not too dependent on fertility, so it might actually be good. So we'll add that. And then, what else do we want to add? Your effect, how you doing, bro? You have to do crop rotation, yes. I thought about doing that as well, but I don't want to do it like that. But you could definitely do that. So none of these things suppress weed. Or wheat. Yeah, weed. Impact fertility. Fucking hell, this destroys fertility. Crop information. Cabbage. Jesus, everything here just very bad. We might have to start with clover again. Now, you see, this is just going to be a nightmare, because we're basically not growing anything we need. Let's start over. Okay, let's start by clearing this shit out, right? So we clear out the weeds. We get some of this in. Clover. How can we not do clover again? What are you talking about? Well, we can do beets. And even though it does affect it a little, we could probably do clover again. Is there anything else we could do in here? Okay, what's the impact here? It actually helps with fertility. It grows rather quickly. Does nothing for weed suppression, but that's fine. It's resilient to rocky. It doesn't have a lot of heat tolerance, so that's actually a good place to put it. Its frost tolerance is very high, so that's actually very good. And then this is the year where we basically want to go nuts. Wheat and carrot. This might be a huge problem. But okay, let's see. Let's see how this farm gets on, shall we? Seasonal, what you can plant. So basically, the game, this is what makes planting so interesting here. Ferorius, the game doesn't tell you. You have to look at the different types of things that you're planting, and then based on that. So for example, if we click on this and we go, if you look at carrots, okay, so carrots have a very high frost tolerance, which means you can plant it towards the end of the season. Because more often than not, your villagers will have late harvests. So if you're planting something that has 0 frost resistance, it means you're losing most of that crop. So you kind of want to think about what can survive and what can't survive, and based on that, make decisions. But the game won't tell you. It won't stop you from planting anything anytime. It will basically just affect the yield of what you're planting. Yeah. Because if you think about it in real life, you could literally plant anything at any time. It doesn't mean it's going to grow or even grow well, but you can, right? If you live in Europe, you're more than welcome to try and grow your roses in the middle of winter. It's not gonna, but you can. And that's basically what the game does here. It doesn't think for you. You have to think for yourself. I know of a guy that completely fucked these farms. Like, he planted so much wheat that his farms eventually just had no fertility left. I don't know. We won't have any babies being born right now because, well, I'm not building any new houses. At least not yet. We should actually build a market. Now's the time for a market, I think. Let's do a market right here in the middle. And then maybe we can do a few more houses now that we've got the market up and running. Year number 4. I wonder how many of our people are now close to death. Just 3 more houses. I don't want to go too nuts with this. Because, yeah, someone in chat told me at the beginning of this game, the things spiral out of control fast. If you don't know what the fuck you're doing, or when they start going wrong, they apparently go wrong fast. Yeah, for 4 years now, you guys have been living here, having the time of your life. Have you guys had fun, at least? You know, have you been enjoying yourself, or... So what else can we build? In terms of food production, I think we're fine. We do need a compost yard. Things are about to get really bad here. A tannery. Do we have a tannery? I don't think we have a tannery. So let's build ourselves a little tannery here. And then build a cobbler shop. The cobbler shop doesn't need to fuck things, so it's good. We'll build the cobbler shop. There, and then road. What does the red on the ground under buildings indicate? What red? Oh shit, 7 new villagers have just moved in. Dressed. Okay, who wants to be a villager? Wyvern wants to become one of us. When you go to place a building, there was a giant red area under the tannery. It means desirability by God Waste. So if there's certain buildings that you will build that will bring down, so take for example, if we went for the tannery, right? If I build it here, look at the desirability. Just look how quickly it drops. So all my houses will basically go to minus 23% desirable. What ends up happening then is these houses will never upgrade. They will not be upgradable. So as you can see here, current tier is 1, next tier is tier 2. But unless I can get the desirability up, they won't upgrade, which means they won't house more people. And that really is the problem. So that's why you want to build all of your industrialized shit very far away from your housing, because those things will screw with you. All right, so what do we have? Kalser. So who am I naming? Who wants to be here? By God West. Actually, Cesius, you don't have a name. So Cesius becomes a villager. Nikolpaka and Patra. So Wyfan becomes a villager. There we go. Wyfan, you're a forager. Congratulations. You spend your time in the forest. I won't judge, but, you know, that is weird. Samar. Samar, you're going to be by God Waste from now on. By God Waste. And that's good, I think. Are there more women, or am I going to be the only one? There's a shit ton of women. There's places where the houses are basically all women. Some lesbian action going on. And then, of course, there is one house where there's a girl, Irina in it. Irina lives with two other... Well, actually, Irina now lives with Rose Fox and Morny. All right, so Morny is the one getting fucked all night and all day. Not bad. Morny's having the time of his life here. I wouldn't call them friends, Wyfan. This is the Middle Ages. Over here, women and men only think of one thing, and that's sex and more sex. We need a basket shop as well. But the basket shop doesn't have to be built far away. Let's build the basket shop over here. No wonder he couldn't be bothered putting out that fire. He must be pooped. Just screwed, boy. Wait, how many laborers do we have now? 8 laborers. 6 laborers, actually. How are we running out of wood planks? Oh, we just built a lot of things. That's probably why. Wyvern, it depends. Are you a witch? Because if you are a witch, we might burn you. This is the Middle Ages after all, so... I wouldn't put it past us. Let's just put it that way. This village really is the survival of the fittest kind of thing. So, yeah, you might just get yourself fucked here. We don't allow witchcraft here. This is a nice Christian village, this is. Yeah, a witch can't float. Like, that's how you know. If you throw a witch in the water, if she drowns, she wasn't a witch. If she doesn't drown, she's a witch. Then you burn her. Did you have to ask yourself the logic that they had back then? It makes no sense. Like, that logic just does not compute. Because effectively it means... if you're suspected of witchcraft, you are fucked. It doesn't matter. You are screwed. Jesus, look at how red this thing makes it. But this is the compost yard. And the compost yard has to be far away from everything else, so we'll build it there. No. Need to change it around a bit. And then connect it with a road. That quote is probably just a meme. What? The quote, if she doesn't float? No, back in the olden days, they really didn't give too much of a fuck about anything, bro. Hey, Goblin Spore, congratulations, you were just born. Congratulations, fam. Poor souls that need to work in the compost yard. Well, yeah, I wonder who will end up working in the compost yard. We have more people that needs names. So if you want to be named, just let us know. Some would say it's a shitty job. Yeah, I would be one of the people that says it's a shitty job to work in the compost yard. Because your job is effectively to take the shit that's been building up in people's homes and getting it away. It was actually better to confess to your sins. You had a better chance to survive. It must have been wild. Leadership at the time? I mean, it's all just measurements of control, Apocalypse, in my opinion. Although I'm not entirely sure if it was Republican leadership at the time. Because you had people like Abe Lincoln, for example. They were Republicans. I don't know if they would have ever agreed with the puritanical movement. Good old Abe. Abe Lincoln's Republicans turned into Democrats, though. I'm not entirely sure I would say anyone turned into anything. I think they both just became evil. See myself skedaddling across the road. I see a lot of you just running around doing your work, being good fucking slaves. I like it. I like it. New villager born. Shit. Okay, who's being named now? I think we've named everyone in stream now. At least everyone that's speaking. More work? Okay. Dude, that's... If Blizzard didn't fuck up the launch of Warcraft 3 as much as they did, that would actually have been such a fun game for stream. Because Warcraft 3 was actually really good, but they just screwed it so badly. Okay, so the compost yard is up and running. The marketplace is making gold, which is good. We need more pelts in order to build more shit. But we have 12 months of meat already here. You can just play with classic graphics. It's not even that. It's that I don't want to support the game. Nico Spider, here we go. Boys, we have another girl that we can name. Now we just need to find the girls. Nico Spider, thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate that. Here we go. So Nico Spider is a builder. Nico, thank you very much for the sub. You are now a slave in my village. They could have had Dota instead of Heroes of the Storm. Yeah, that's true. I do love building stuff IRL. I am so shit at building stuff IRL. Like, super bad at it. There's so many times where I wish I could build stuff. Because, you know, you might want something, and it would be nice if I could build it, but it just never turns out the way that I think it should be. How many trees have they chopped down now? There's still a lot of trees that they can chop down, so we don't have to worry too much. Although our laborers are fucking nowhere to be found. Hold a shelter for the people that have to walk really far to get their jobs done? What do you mean? I mean, I'm building the shelters far away from the things that don't fucking... like, so that it can upgrade. Oh, shit, yeah. But I think I know why his traveling time is so bad. All he needs is a little connection, and it should take care of that for him, because it's not really that far to travel. See there? This should cut down his traveling time significantly, no? My firewood people, well, not really. So the firewood splitter is over here. Wait, where? Why did I not have anyone working here? Oh, because production's halted. Never mind. Because they're not using any firewood. Interesting. All of my woodworking things are right here. Let's do 100 of this, and then maybe 200 of that. There we go. Work rate is 119%, fam. Like, this one isn't working anything. They're not doing jack shit at the minute. But the work rate for all of these places are fairly high, I'd say. 99% work rate. Yeah, they're fucking... things are going swimmingly. This guy might still have a problem. Yeah, he still has a problem. Auto compost, highest fertility. Yeah, I want great fertility. That's what I need. So how do I get him to not travel that far? Is that even possible? I don't think it is. He's just gonna have to walk far, because the town is quite large. I don't know when we'll need a graveyard. Do we have a cobbler shop? We do, right? Yeah, here's the cobblers. So how much how many shoes do we need? Minimum probably 32, maximum probably 50 for now. You want to get as efficient as possible is the name of the game. There are random weather events that cause workers to sometimes be stuck out in the cold. Yeah, but Let me explain to you, Jabud, why I don't like the words coming out of your mouth, okay? You're explaining this to me, but basically what I'm hearing is I have to build my shelters amongst the random fucking weird places of the world. I don't want to do that. I want all my houses in one spot. You see, I'll be able to build temporary shelter, but that will only happen once we have a tier 2 town hall, which we can do now, although I don't know if we should go there. Yeah, temporary shelter will be fine. We'll do that once we get there. Because then we can also do wagon shops, which should help quite heavily. Should we do more? We have so much food. We could probably. 12 months of food is a lot. We could probably support a few more people. Let's do more shelter, shall we? Fuck. Make sure it's in the zone of your market to generate gold from the houses. Oh yeah, don't worry about that. I mean, this market costs a pretty wide barrier. We already have 84 gold, so it's going well. Oh my god. Okay, things are not going well at the minute for the carrots. We need so much more sand. But how? See, you can't really grow everything in one. Yeah, you can't do this. Shit. See, this is wrong. Because, yeah, you basically have to build your farms very differently. I made a mistake here. I'll have to fix that at some point. All over and then focus on specific areas to make desirable. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cycle the farms. So basically get a couple of more farms in this area. And but we'll do that once we go to the next level. For now, let's first just have our people chill for a bit. Two new villagers we won. Okay, so we're swimming at the minute. We're going well. Shall we upgrade, chat? Your villagers are unhappy because they lack clothes. Try building a tannery or a weaver shop to help. Building is on. Fuck me! This building keeps catching fire. Good job, boys. Mark this building for immediate repairs. What are they doing in here? It's called a saw pit. Why is it burning the whole time? What are you guys doing? Fucking hell. Every single time it burns down. This is wild. Yeah, someone's smoking inside. We'll put an end to that soon. You see, the issue that I'm running into now is because my hunters aren't hunting enough, we're not getting enough pelts to produce enough food. But we can only really start hunting more once we can start exporting. So we could probably turn this up a little now. So let's go up to 150. And maybe 200. Just to get a few more pouts. It tells you when someone dies. No, Mike's doing his thing. Look at Mike just going about hunting. Alright, let's upgrade. Screw it. Let's go, boys. It's time to upgrade so we can actually start selling some stuff. Because that's when we can really start unlocking our little village here. Because I have to be very careful with the amount of food that I have. But once I can start selling stuff, I feel like we can hunt a lot more. Because we can always sell the excess. Food from crops, can you eat them? Jesus, I hope not. That would be a dark fucking game. I have root cellars over here. Although there's nothing in them. Why is there nothing in my root cellar? I think all the food is in my market. Ah, okay. So that's how that works. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. So now I can stop them from storing the food in places where it will go off. Okay, that's good. We have a root cellar over here as well. Frostpunk. Oh my god. Frostpunk may be one of the games that I got addicted to more than any other game. I couldn't stop playing that game. For months, I could not stop playing that game. Yeah, Frostpunk is wild. Frostpunk is actually also very difficult. Plan for an expansion that never came. But you do know that they're working on the second one. So yeah, they did plan for an expansion that never came, but they are working on a second one, so that's at least some good news. Okay, so now we have granaries that we can build. Wagon shop. I think we need this. A vault. A secure repository for the town's gold. Yeah, let's build a vault. Fuck it, I want a vault. Now we're becoming a real town. It's not our gold. It's the town's gold. And as everyone knows, I am the town. So don't you dare come at me with that our gold bullshit. I don't care. This is my gold. I own this bitch. A wagon shop. So where do we put the wagon shop? This place is getting very fucking busy now. Let's do the wagon shop over there. I do like a city building sim, like the old school Sierra game, Caesar 3 for example. Pharaoh, Caesar 3, oh my god, yes, Apocalypse, yes. Dude, that game was sick. So we can build a windmill. A wind-powered grist mill where millers grind wheat into flour. A bakery. What's an arborist? What the hell's this? Oh, for some fruits. That might actually be a good idea. In terms of resources, a priory keeps beehives, which villagers can harvest for honey. A potter building, a weaver building, a candle shop, a soap shop, a charcoal kiln, and an armory. But where the fuck is my... Where's my mines? I can't build a mine. Oh, I need a wagon shop first. But I am building the wagon shop. There we go. Right. Wagons for everyone. How many wagons do we need? Or should we just let him build them? Just keep building wagons. I feel like we're running out of food here. Actually, I'm pretty convinced we're running out of food here. We only have 6 months left of food. And my hunter seems to be taking a fucking break. Although I'm demanding one hunter to do all the fucking work. I think we'll let's do this. Let's go back to infinite here. And let's just do infinite hunting. Go, go, go. Yeah, I might need to do more types of food, but that means we have to fix this fucking farm. Alright, so the soil mixture is completely wrong for everything that we have. So remove that. Remove that. The soil mixture is wrong for that too. God. It's good for beans. It's very bad for wheat. So we need more clay. And we definitely need a shit ton of clay if we're gonna turn this into wheat and carrots, right? Population growth is impacting food consumption. Yeah, which is why we need more food. But the question is, how do we get better food? We can probably do one more bean. Wait, before we... Oh, fuck! What did I just remove? What was there, chat? I can't remember what was there. Shit. Oh, it was... Was it beans? I feel like it may not have been beans. We'll make it beans for now, although... Here's the wheat harvest. We need more clay in this dirt. Or do we need more sand? I think we need more sand, actually. Yeah, we need more sand. Let's do more clover. Okay, so we need to get sand as quickly as possible. Where's the closest sand pit? Where the fuck do you harvest sand? Because I know there's a clay pit somewhere here. There was a clay pit somewhere here. Here, that's clay. So where the hell do you build a sand pit? Can it just be built anywhere? Gold mine, coal mine, sand pit. When constructed with a sand deposit, sand pit gives laborers a place to gather sand. Yeah, but I don't know where the hell... Where's the sand deposit? I think I'm gonna have to go exploring. God, no. I could have sworn we did have a sand pit. Or did I just imagine that? Now watch as I find out that we don't have a sand pit anywhere on this fucking map. Let's explore everywhere. Okay, so there's water over here. Water over here. I mean, you would think that you could literally get sand from anything. Okay, so we're definitely running into some problems with hunting or with food production. It's not even funny. I could probably do the boars. No, let's go for this. It's probably better. So this is where the clay deposit is. I mean, I will build a second farm at some point. For now, I just need this farm to operate sufficiently to actually get shit done. Predators are attacking where? Dude, it... What? I think some of my villagers may die soon. Like, one of you may die. There's a sand pit over here. Okay, so we found a sand pit. This is good news. Some iron ore over there as well. This is very far removed from everything else. I built that... Oh, for the love of... I built the hunting cabin in the wrong spot. This is slightly annoying. Just look at this. There's so many fucking animals here. The hunting cabin there would have been a hell of a lot better. How could you miss? Okay, there you go. It's fine. Okay, let's start mining this sand, shall we? Resources, sand pit. I don't know what the I can't see shit. Can you actually build roads over the mountain? You can. Okay. Impending blizzard. Oh no. Oh no. Everything's going wrong. You guys need to get the hell inside. Ferorius was over here building something. Ferorius, get the hell inside, bro. The blizzard will kill you. You guys need to get inside. What are you doing? Okay, some of my people might be dying. Oh, no. Come on, man. I don't want people to die. No, they're all gonna make it back, I think. Yeah. Oh my god, look at Nick. Nick, get the fuck out. Saving Raven in the blizzard. Just heading out, doing her due diligence. Look at that. During the blizzard, Saving Raven is the one slave that just went, nah, fam. I will make this work. I will keep going. I will keep going. Despite everything being against me, I will keep going. The villagers are very unhappy now. Actually, no, villagers are very happy. Never mind. Villagers seem to be just fine. Everyone seems to be doing their work. Everyone seems to be doing their job. Life's good. We're still waiting on the sandpit to be built and actually, you know, get stuff done. So good. I don't know, Cesius. Where are you going? I wonder if we should... Do we have wheat? We don't have any grain. But didn't we plant grain already? Failed to begin planting. What the fuck? Bro, it doesn't feel... Like, it feels like we're just starting over and over and over. Like, we're just doing the same shit every year. Charchan, how you doing, fam? Holy, how you doing? I'm very happy to be here. It really feels like we're just doing the same shit over and over again. Like, just year one never stops being year one. Like, how the fuck does this work? Like, we just keep planting beans. Unable to work. Why? Woke up early this morning, all keen to play D4 beta, and I'm in an 85-minute fuck my life. Wait, is there a queue to actually play? Jesus holy. I can imagine that's horrible. Char, I don't even want to think about it, but something tells me, okay, we're running out of food fast. What are my hunters doing? I think we have a problem, chat. I have 2 hunters that's going apeshit. They should be hunting, having the time of their lives, but they're not hunting. Look at this. We're running out of food faster than what we can actually make it. Ferorius, I am going to kill you. I don't want to hear this nonsense. You, go hunt. Go hunt. Mike, kill some shit. Good job, Mike. Now, Mike, No, come kill this. Good job, Mike. Come kill this. Good job, Mike. Come kill this, Mike. Now, Mike, you can start working. Okay, so Mike is now... Wait, why is Mike storing the food still in the same spot? And not in the root cellar, where it's supposed to go to? Suddenly freeze to death? You need to have contingencies for that? Dude, we have no contingencies. We have 3 months worth of food left. There are no contingencies. We're about to get wrecked. Everything is just going wrong. And I don't know how to fix this. There's some nuts over here. Greens over here. Where can we build another forager? This might be a good place for a forager. There's a lot of greens, some eggs. Yeah, let's do another forager right here. Forager shack. Off. Under your forager shack, you can set location. I mean, my forager right now, I think, is foraging enough. I just need them to forage a lot more. We have 1 month of food left. We just killed 4 deer. What the fuck is Mike doing? Stricken with worms. What? What? What are you talking about? Worms? Oh my lord. Dude, what do we do now? I think we need a healer's house for worms, right? It costs gold. This is gonna be fucking nuts, but okay. Let's do a healer's house, shall we? It does throw a little bit of a wrench in the works here, but it's fine. Of course, we got worms. This they're feeding us beans for 7 years. Bro, how would beans give you worms? Are you even listening to yourself? This is madness. This guy's gonna die. Oh, he's cured. Oh my god, thank God for that. I think we have a lot of unnamed villagers, but I'm so busy trying to micromanage the living fuck out of this thing that I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't look like we have wagons on the road either. I'm not gonna lie to you. It feels like we have no wagons. The storage is empty, so we're not really building wagons. Goblin Spore, exactly. You guys are all peasants. Trading post, a school, a festival pole, and a rat catcher. I'm wondering if we... We definitely need sand here. Like, I think if we hit the sand just right, we should be able to sort of grow everything that we need. Although maybe I should remove the wheat here, just because the wheat doesn't really fit with the rest of the shit. Whereas if we built a farm just for wheat, we could probably do it better. What bothers me is that we're not actually rotating the crops. I'll show you. Let's finish this year, and then you'll see. The crops, I don't think the crops get rotated. Hear about the VTuber that was bullied so much that he decided to quit streaming because of the Harry Potter game even before she played it? I did hear about that, actually. I did hear about that. I think I said something on Twitter. I may have been... I may have completely forgotten or spaced out, but I think I said something on Twitter about that. I think it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that streamers are... Why would you do that to a streamer? Right? That's sort of my biggest issue. Especially over a game that... Actually, just especially over a game. It's just ridiculous to me. It really is just absolutely ridiculous to me. Yeah, it's just, it's literally people that have nothing better to do in their lives than to complain, right? That's literally all it is. It's people that have nothing better to do in their lives, so they sit and they complain the whole time. And they think somehow that that makes them morally virtuous or whatever. Keep having late harvests. This is pissing me off. Why? Why do you keep having late harvests? Apocalypse. I mean, I don't agree with that at all, because I'm a bit tired of the game now. Well, not tired, but I'm bored now. I don't want to keep playing. I don't agree with that take, because at the end of the day, it is a streamer that got bullied to the point where the streamer just stopped. The streamer just gave up. Just eventually said, well, I can't deal with this amount of hate. And, you know, regardless of your feelings around VTubers, no one should ever be bullied for doing something they love to the point where they just want to quit doing it. Oh yeah, Jordan, of course. That's usually how this shit works, isn't it? Dear Rexy, how you doing? we are kind of winding down, Rixia. I mean, it's Friday evening. This gaming, how you doing, bro? I don't know how you guys are missing the stream the whole time. I mean, we go live pretty much same time every day. Am I starting too early for you guys? Because I'm already starting pretty late. Oh, there is a video I want to watch before we do anything else.
Right, you loved this last time, so we're doing it again. But this time, it's our main man, the Burger King himself.
It's 20 past 11 in the evening.
Jamie Spafford, and he's going to try and cook a burger in sub 10 minutes.
Bring it on. Right.
Okay, so they have to cook a burger in under 10 minutes. Shouldn't be too difficult. Burgers are notoriously quick to cook.
Bath, you have got the same base ingredients as always, but you have been able to bring in 3 from home, and you have the chance to win those if you get your trivia questions correct. Which ingredients have you brought in to jazz up your burger?
Number 1, it's me. So obviously, bacon, streaky, smoked, already cooked. Number 2, slightly out of the park.
The only thing I don't like about his bacon is he likes it crispy. And I know a lot of Americans are gonna fucking crucify me for this. I don't like bacon too crispy. Like, bacon should have a little bit of chew on it. It shouldn't be too crispy. I hate when it's too crispy. Charchan, I can tell you, since getting an inverter, my life has become a hell of a lot better. Because fuck load shedding. I think I may actually, when do I have load shedding? No, so what I don't mind, what I don't mind, I'm trying to think, how do I, so when the edges are a little bit crispy, that's fine. But when the whole thing is too crispy, it feels like bacon loses a lot of its bite. I don't know how to explain it, but it loses a lot of it. So I have load shedding tomorrow at 12, from 12 till 2. But I don't have load shedding tomorrow because I have a battery.
But chili heatwave Doritos.
Those also pre-cooked.
And my third ingredient
Okay.
is actually a piece of equipment. I brought a burger press in from home for speed and accuracy.
Okay. Why not go for a smash burger? Then you don't need that burger press.
So taking on the 10-minute burger challenge today is Jamie Spafford. He's coming in at an age far too old for YouTube at 36. He resides in Hertfordshire in the UK. His favourite dish are Juicy Lucy sliders, which is also the same name as his wife. He's world famous for creating a paella burrito and being banned from the shores of Spain. His unique skill is photography, as you can see from his Jamie cam. He has just learnt what aperture is, but he still fails to use it.
I was going the wrong way.
I found things now. Good luck, Jay. Back to the studio.
Okay, Jay, to win your boosted items, you have 3 quick-fire
I don't
questions.
know.
Question number 1.
I agree with the bacon. I do not agree with the Doritos. I'm not sure if the Doritos would work.
In the £2.50 versus unlimited butter. In the £2.50 versus unlimited budget butter. My goodness! In the £2.50 versus unlimited budget burger battle against Ben, how much did you spend per burger?
Oh, shit.
Oh. Because Ben spent £2.50, we can give you a leniency of £2.50 either side of your answer.
Per burger, I reckon it was £85.
We didn't give you free reign of that much budget.
No, £27.50.
Oh,
Jesus.
Question number 2. Where is the birthplace? Question number 2. Where is the supposed birthplace of the cheeseburger?
Louisville, Kentucky.
No.
Correct, but I need the specific place.
Oh, it's Kalin's. 80 Kalin's.
Yes.
Get in, well done.
Nicely done.
Wow, how does he even know that?
Question 3. According to studies done in May 2022, the average American eats how many burgers per year? Is it A, 50, B, 60, or C, 70 burgers?
50, 60, or 70 per year, the average American. I think I would go for 70. The average American will probably eat like 70 burgers per year. Because burgers is massive in America. But then, of course, the average might be brought down by Americans that live on, like, in the cities. Because I don't know if the cities would have as many burgers. Those hippies and fucking vegan people will probably not eat as many burgers.
That is a lot of burgers, no matter which answer it may be.
Barry, I'm going to have to go with C, 70 burgers.
Jamie?
Yes.
This is unfortunate.
It's B.
Oh, it's never B.
60
it's never the middle one.
60 burgers a year as an average, which means, Jamie, you get one very correct answer, and you can take one of your ingredients/equipment.
Do you take the bacon that, of course, is you need in a burger, or a burger maker that, of course, you need to make burgers, or do you take Doritos?
I'm going to go with the burger press, please.
Interesting. Classic basic ingredients pressed together.
Yeah.
Right, let's get
I
cooking.
would not have gone for that. What would you guys have gone for? Given the option. Because I feel like you can make a burger without a burger press. All you need is a scale. You literally just weigh the meat and then just press it down. The bacon is the thing that I would have gone for.
Wow, you're keen.
Okay, Jay, you have up to 10 minutes, and we want a burger. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go! He's got his burger press, he's straight in with it. And a preheated pan.
That makes
Simple.
no difference.
Straight away, go for more than one burger. Okay.
Opting for no additional seasoning or fat.
Not on that side. Double burger patties.
It's a lot of salt.
And then we've got to go
Jesus.
in with burger sauce, mustard, mayo,
Approximately 2 to 1.
Ketchup,
And
good burger sauce.
ketchup.
And 1.5.
This is a lot of sauce.
Pickle juice.
Yes, Jay, come back. What are you doing?
Okay.
A little bit of burger vinegar.
No. Wait, CCS, wait. No. You can't do... Wait, what? No. So here's why a George Foreman grill is just the antithesis to anything good. The George Foreman grill was designed to remove fat from your meat. So as it's cooking, all of the fat is running away from the meat, meaning you're losing a lot of the fucking fat and juiciness that is meant to be in that burger is just going away. I would never put my burger in a George Foreman grill. Never. It goes into a pan so that it can soak up a lot of that fat that is going to escape during the cooking process. I don't want that shit away from me.
It's going to be sloppy for sure.
That's a burger sauce.
I don't finger the pickles.
Chopping up some pickles.
Where's that going?
They're going to go into my burger sauce as well. Bit of texture.
More
Nice.
pickle juice and pickle bits.
Lovely. We don't have any smoked paprika, but that would go really well in there if we did.
Have a look in.
First burger.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
Now more salt on that side. Seasoning on it, not...
It looks like too much salt. I'm sorry, but the only reason I might be convinced it's too much salt is he's using kosher salt, obviously. We don't have kosher salt in South Africa. So the only salt that we have is... You could go for coarse salt, but you can't throw coarse salt on food just like that because it doesn't actually break down fast enough. So you end up with these like very hard pieces of fucking salt in your food. But we don't have kosher salt, sadly. So yeah, but that looks like too much fucking salt. You always have to use more with kosher salt. Yeah, I that's the only thing I can think here is that it is kosher salt, and that's why he's using so much. Because like normal table salt, that would be just overkill.
Not in it.
Oh no,
They're already cut.
It's not.
It's definitely already cut.
They were.
More mayonnaise.
Oh,
Wow. Mayonnaise heavy.
You've already got sauce.
You chose not to bring salad cream in.
No salad cream. That's too much mayonnaise.
Oh wow.
Too much mayonnaise.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Techers. I've seen it before. I've never done it before.
Right, cheese going on top.
I've done that before. It works.
And then.
So by the way, just a little bit of advice here for anyone that really likes burgers: use mayo instead of butter when you toast your bun. It is a hell of a lot better. Because the mayo is just fat, right? It's just a lot of fat. But it does bring a lot more richness if you toast your bun using mayo instead of butter.
Going in with...
Oh, interesting.
Steaming.
Nice. Yeah. Round of applause for the chef.
Seen it done on a plancha. He's doing it at home.
How's this doing?
So what's the mayonnaise in that bun doing?
The mayonnaise is going to add a little bit of crustiness and a good bit of... Like you'd butter. You'd butter a bun, wouldn't you?
No, it's like eggy bread. What's mayonnaise? Egg and oil. Chefs are commenting on the steamy pans.
Steamy pans.
Those burgers are definitely cooked. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, they're off-ish.
Yeah, that's definitely taking the heat.
The chef's face there is like, what the fuck are you doing? Just remove that shit.
Go on, mate. You can do it.
Form the hob. Move the glass.
Go on.
He's now juggling.
Build it.
Come on, Jay.
Come on, Jay, you're throwing it away.
You got this, mate.
Come on, Jay.
Dude, I would not like cooking like that. People screaming at you to do things, I would hate that.
So, bun, mayonnaise, sauce, burger, cheese.
Oh, no, he's done it wrong. He's done it wrong.
What's wrong?
He's done it wrong.
What's wrong? What can be wrong with a burger?
Oh, that looks cheese amazing.
Sloppy. Tomato.
Right.
Lettuce. No, bun. Where's his lettuce?
What's happening? More sauce.
More sauce and mayo. Excellent. Bun. Excellent. Did you have second thoughts about the lettuce?
Yeah, it was going to go on the bottom, and then...
You just know that's a good burger. How do you know it's a good burger? Look at how fucking greasy that bitch is.
I panicked, is what happened there.
Well done.
Excellent job. Let's get it into the sloppy sexies.
Oh, bun, no.
Oh yeah, boy. Look at the juice coming out of that bitch.
Jay, great effort.
Oh.
You were head down focused and we've ended up with a burger.
Yes.
Should we try it?
All levels are wrong cutting into this.
Yeah, we've got to share it, it's fine. But we also want the cross-section. I think cross-section is important.
And I think I have to call it the sloppy spaff.
It sounds squelchy.
So squelchy.
Right, cheers. Dig in while we eat
No.
it. Jay, talk us through your logic.
I prefer...
body is drenched.
So, the US Gamings, I prefer it like that. I do not like medium rare on burgers. So, minced meat or ground meat, when it's medium rare, the texture is disgusting to me. Because, normal medium rare with a steak, really good. The problem with ground meat is it has like a slimy texture when it's medium rare, and that shit just, I will throw up if I eat like a medium rare burger.
It's quite sodden.
It's a soppy body.
It's very soggy.
Mush is
So
actually
the
a good
thinking
one, yeah.
was, and I know I didn't really talk much during the process, but first of all, burger press, instantly able to get the shape and the thickness that I wanted from the burgers. I used small pans with no fat in, so the fat could run from the mince and then stay in and around the burger, so it was still keeping that flavour there. Made a really quick burger sauce, put the pickles through the burger sauce as well, instead of having to add them separately. And then I toasted the buns with a bit of mayonnaise to add that extra crisp onto there like you would do with butter, I suppose.
I'm getting like Bleecker burger vibes, like some of the best burgers in London. I'm getting that kind of like where everything kind of is
As one.
as one. It's all congealed.
Homogenous.
Yeah, that's the
And
one.
you barely need to chew it. You could suck this burger. What I would say,
I don't know if that is a good analogy. You could suck that burger. That does not fill one with happy thoughts, does it?
There you go. Your burger chain.
What an endorsement.
You've got endorsement Evers.
Jay, you made a bucket of sauce for a single burger. I'm kind of glad you did, because that's delicious and there's loads left. Like the pickled juice through it cuts through what is otherwise an incredibly fatty burger.
I was worried you went quite heavy on the seasoning. I thought it'd be too salty, but with the pickles and the juice flowing throughout, it's wicked.
I don't feel like I have 60 burgers a year. So when I do have one, I want to make it naughty and indulgent. And I'm hoping that's what I did today.
It's heavy on the fat.
Many pickles. So what I would do different here, I would put pickles through the sauce. Although what I usually do with pickles is I'll chop them really, really fine. So really small pieces of pickles, and I'll put that through my sauce with a little bit of pickle juice. And then I'll also have pickles on the burger, because I'm a huge fan of pickles. Like whenever I go to McDonald's and I order like a Big Mac, I always ask for extra pickles, just because the 3 or 4 pickles that they put on the Big Mac is just not enough. No, pickles make a burger better.
It's heavy on the acid, it's heavy on the salt, and therefore it's incredibly moorish and sloppy. It is a sloppy eat, but a very good one at that.
A sloppy, sucky burger. The only area that I felt like I let myself down on was just before the construction, I forgot to put the lettuce on the bottom. The lettuce should have gone. It should be bun, sauce, lettuce, burger,
I can
tomato
actually agree with
sauce,
that.
bun.
Unlike you to forget the salad.
I know, I know.
What would you have done if you had the Doritos and the bacon? Like, are you happy where you ended up?
Hey Jay, how you doing, fam? Nice that our load shedding went down to stage 1. For how long though? AJ, I think my best guess, maybe like a week or so. Maximum a week. I would say more likely it'll go up by Sunday again. So my thinking at the moment is that the looters in South Africa, they basically realize that the party is about to be over. And instead of thinking like a normal person, well, how about we stop looting for a while just so the country gets a little bit better, and then we get back to looting. Their thinking right now, I think, has shifted to take as much as you can get before it all falls down and then get the hell out. So that's what I think is going to happen here. They're now going to basically ramp up looting to the point where, like, I don't even necessarily know if the current stage is actually real. Just because now suddenly we find out that there's a bunch of our coal plants that's operating at like 75% energy availability factor, right? EAF. Like 4 of our plants are currently operating at 75% EAF, which it hasn't done in over 2 years. The problem is those plants are not well maintained. So how the hell are they actually operating at that energy availability factor? The only thing I can think of is they've basically said, well, screw the maintenance. Because technically speaking, it's not that these energy plants couldn't provide electricity. It's that there's faults, so now you have a choice. The fault isn't critical, so we can keep running, but that may cause a critical failure down the line. Or shut it down now, do the repairs, do the maintenance, and then bring it back online. I think what they're now basically doing, just to sort of pretend like things have gotten better, is they're running our plants once again at maximum that they can handle. And, you know, it's just going to mean that once these things do break down, we're looking at massive breakdowns.
Doritos would have gone on top.
I just want to see where he's placed.
Extra bit of crunch. Obviously, the bacon would have gone
on top.
not under the bun,
Oh,
but
okay.
on top of everything else.
Okay,
Yeah, and
okay.
then the bun on top.
Okay.
The bacon, it would have added that smokiness. It would have added that extra crisp. But do you know what? It was all right without it.
I don't know what you think, Baz. I think it was a damn delicious burger.
It's good enough.
Good enough.
It's
It
good
was
enough.
sub 10 minutes, so it makes the board. Do you want to know what time you got?
I would love to know what time it was because I had no concept of time at all.
You had 10 minutes to play with, Jay. You have made it onto the leaderboard. You used just less than a third of your time, 3 minutes 32.
Whoa.
Very quick.
3 minutes 32?
Come to Spaff's Burgers, you can suck them and they'll be quick.
Top of the leaderboard.
3 fucking minutes. Holy shit. Maybe they were good and just claimed to connect. Georgian, I don't think so. So I know a lot of people sort of don't like Andre de Ruyter, and don't get me wrong, I'm not a huge fan of his either, but I don't think that he was pretending like power plants weren't doing well. I think he was genuinely doing the right thing. But of course, he had no support, and also because most things would get looted to fuck as a result of just the ANC. But yeah, I sort of think... I think he was trying to do the best with what he got. And I don't think that he lied to us about the energy availability factor. The fact of the matter is our coal power plants are very old, and they require a lot of love and tender care, which I don't think they're getting, because effectively what's happening in South Africa right now, and the ANC have realized this, if the country continues at stage 4, stage 5, stage 6 load shedding, they lose the election. But they may actually end up losing control of the country before they even lose the election. So the idea, I think, now for the ANC has shifted to where hold on to power for as long as humanly possible to make clear that we can loot as much as possible, because we're going to lose the election either way. I mean, the most recent polls put the ANC at under 40%. I literally saw a poll yesterday that showed that the ANC will, if the vote happened right now, the ANC would get something like 36% of the vote. This means that the ANC plus the EFF doesn't get to 50. So even if the ANC wanted to do a coalition with the EFF, they don't get to 50%. So that coalition is dead. Which means, well, basically South Africa doesn't have a government unless the DA and the ANC do a deal. So I think the ANC have already accepted the fact that they are losing the elections. They're basically now just trying to loot as much as possible before the next elections. And if that means that by the end of the year, the power plants all fail because they were run into the ground, then so be it. You know, that's then the end of their looting, and you'll just find out that all of our ministers and all of our presidents have fled the country, and they're now living in Europe or living in some African nation that doesn't that doesn't have an extradition treaty with South Africa. That's my thinking, at least. I genuinely don't think it's going to end, because you have to think about. So I told you guys, my brother, he was a teacher, and he spoke to one of the children of one of the higher ups in the ANC. We're talking about, so she was the daughter of someone very high up in the ANC. And basically when my brother asked her, but do you guys not worry that you're going to kill this country by looting and stealing and basically just not making anything work? She genuinely said to him straight up, we'll leave. We won't be here, so it doesn't matter. I don't think Malema will become president. The one thing that is clear is that most South Africans don't like Julius Malema. Most South Africans don't like the EFF, which is actually quite nice. It suggests that the vast majority of South Africans don't want communism, don't want like extreme populist leadership, which is actually quite nice. Because, I mean, the EFF started, they got to 12% of the vote, and they've never gone up. In the 10 years that they've now existed, they have remained steadfast at 12% of the vote. No more, no less. They don't go up, they don't go down, they just stick to around 12%, no matter how bad the country gets. Some of the other parties around them seem to be doing well and seem to be getting better, but the EFF themselves are just sort of stuck in their ways. There's now another video I want to watch. Sorry, chat. YouTubers get sued for that's $1 billion, isn't it? 9 zeros is a billion. I don't think I've ever seen a billion written out. Who would sue YouTubers? What?
The influencers who promoted FTX are now being sued for over $1 billion in damages, and I want to talk about it. We're not only speaking to a lawyer, but even one of the people getting sued. Meet Kevin, Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, Minority Mindset, Brian Jung, Financial Education Jeremy, Tom Nash, and BitBoy Crypto are all defendants in this lawsuit. But before we get into it, I have to do something I never thought.
Dude, this was bound to happen. Just to be clear, I don't know what kind of case they have, but this was bound to happen. This was always going to happen. You have YouTubers that they like to claim and put those disclaimers at the beginning of videos. This is not financial advice. But then they accept sponsorships and tell their communities, hey guys, use this because you can make shit tons of money, right? Use this because you can get rich. All manner of advice that they're giving their viewers about sponsorships. I do think that if sponsorships continue on YouTube, which I don't know if it will, but if they do eventually, YouTubers are going to have to become a lot smarter about the kind of sponsorships that they accept. For example, I have been offered many sponsorships for NFT games, many sponsorships for crypto games, many sponsorships for mobile games. And I've always said no, because I don't trust those companies. I'm talking about crypto games, NFT games that look to be promising. I mean, it looks like a fairly decent game. And then when I look into the game, I'm like, well, I think this is a get-rich-quick scheme. And I don't think it's a get-rich-quick scheme for my viewers. I think it's a get-rich-quick scheme for the developers of this fucking game. So I will not support this game, even though you guys want to pay me. And they usually want to pay the most. So crypto games will come to me. I'll give you guys an example. When I get approached by, like, what was the last time I accepted a sponsorship, it was from Skillshare, right? Which I also think is actually a bit of a scam. But this was before I even really cared, because I had used Skillshare to teach me about camera setups and stuff. Recently, I've sort of figured out, no, you can actually learn more about camera setups just from YouTube than what you can learn from Skillshare, but never mind. I accepted their sponsorship, and they paid me something like $350 per video. And they took like one video a month, right? I had offers from crypto games for $1,500 per month. One of them offered me almost $2,000 per video. I say per month because it was one video a month that they wanted for 6 months. And one of them offered me $2,000. So they were offering 4 times the amount that literally any normal sponsorship would offer. So technically I could have made a shit ton of money promoting those. The issue is just I don't trust them. Therefore, I won't push those products. And I wonder how much are YouTubers actually to blame if they do peddle products from companies that isn't necessarily, let's say, above board.
I would do on this channel. I have to defend a certain person on that list, a guy I have been very critical of on this show. I'm talking about BitBoy Crypto. I know, I can't believe it either. What many people don't know is that he turned against them, and get this, months before the collapse, he started warning people about FTX.
We're going to be crossing out FTT and Solana. These are going to be going out of the portfolios. These coins are dead to me. Sam Bankman-Fried, you're dead to me. Brett Harrison, you are dead to me. FTX, you are dead to me. You are despicable, and I'm disgusted by you in every way, shape, or form. Everybody's going to be on that track.
Oh my gosh. He said that way back in September. He said he's disgusted by Sam Bankman-Fried. This is BitBoy Crypto, guys. He's the Jim Cramer of crypto, and yet somehow he made one of the greatest blind call-outs of all time. And it's so remarkable that I actually want to show you yet another clip of him doing this because I simply couldn't believe it when I saw it.
They're playing games with people's lives, and that's not right. Time to expose FTX and SBF for what they really are.
What can I say? That video is a month before FTX collapsed. And to be clear, I am not claiming that BitBoy is some oracle. I think it was luck. But understand that he's one of the most widely ridiculed crypto influencers. Everyone has dumped on this guy for years for bad calls. But here we are watching him get FTX, the biggest con.
I did, CCS, but I will say, you see, the problem with all of these influencers, I hate that word, but let's call them financial influencers. They sell you a lifestyle that really isn't actually attainable by most people. So how do most of these fucking financial influencers actually start making money? Can anyone guess? Like, how do they actually start making money? They buy homes, they buy property, and then they call themselves financial geniuses. It's always interesting to me that all of these guys writing get rich quick scheme books, they own property, which is, I mean, not everyone can do that, right? Because if everyone owned property, then no one would actually be living in the fucking properties that you want to use to make money. So it is mostly just a fucking scam. Because mostly these guys are talking to people that is already in a position to buy properties. They're not actually talking to the people that isn't in the position to buy properties. And they're selling a lifestyle of saying you can do this too, even though they know that the vast majority of people will never be able to do it.
More correct
I hate it.
than
I
even the
fucking hate
most
it.
beloved financial influencers. So it just doesn't make sense for him to be in this lawsuit. And besides, you're not supposed to sue BitBoy Crypto anyways. He sues you when you make fun of him. All right, sorry, I'm trying to defend him here, but I'm not used to this strange turn of events where the villain has become the hero. But either way, with that out of the way, I want to talk about the rest of this lawsuit. Basically, the rest of these influencers are accused of promoting FTX and getting paid for it. It also accuses them of not conducting adequate, if any, due diligence.
Yep,
allegedly,
that's
these
what I'm talking
influencers played
about.
a major role in the FTX disaster, who hyped the deceptive FTX platform for undisclosed payments. Now look, none of this is really surprising. We talked about this back in November, and it all feels inevitable. The whole reason FTX was so popular is because of the amount of money they dumped into these advertising campaigns. Everyone I know was offered one of these deals. Either way, it's pretty logical to see that without people willing to take the money and sell FTX, it just couldn't have hurt as many people. And already, we saw a similar class action lawsuit come out against arguably the biggest promoters, Tom Brady, Larry David, Kevin O'Leary. And so this just seems like the next logical step targeted at smaller promoters, albeit financial education influencers in particular. So although these guys don't have as anything close to Tom Brady's popularity.
Look, I have no. So here's the thing with Tom Brady. Do you think Tom Brady really knew who FTX was or what it was? The answer is no. Because we live in I'm not defending Tom Brady here, by the way. Tom Brady on the football field, one of the greatest minds ever. Should you take financial advice from Tom Brady? Probably fucking not, right? Because if you were, he would have been a financial advisor. He isn't. He's the quarterback. Quarterbacks are not financial advisors, so you should not be taking advice from him. But we live in a world that is just so irrational, where you have people taking sponsorships with no due diligence. They don't ask to see the books, to see where would the money go. If my viewers actually do buy into this, where will their money go? None of this is done because we live in a world where just get the bag, fam. And it's disgusting because at the end of the day, the people that actually get hurt are people that can't afford to lose the money that they already have. Who do you think are the vast majority of people that jumped on the crypto scam or the crypto train? It wasn't rich people. It was poor people. Poor people that were promised that there's a quick buck to be made here and probably ended up losing billions of dollars that they didn't have in the first place. But of course, you know, if you're a poor person and you lose $1,000, that's a lot of money to lose. That adds up. And that's something that can literally destroy your life. And these rich guys, these influencers, they got paid handsomely for every single one of their viewers that signed up to FTX because at the end of the day, they're not the ones gambling their money away.
The argument here is different. It's that people look to people like Graham Stephan and Meet Kevin in a different way than they looked at Tom Brady. If Tom Brady promotes some penny stock, you'll think nothing of it. But Meet Kevin, Graham Stephan, Andre Jick, Financial Jeremy, all they do is do finance all day long. They even have a podcast they called Millennial Money, which was sponsored by, you guessed it, FTX US and is now deleted. And the point is they position themselves as experts. And I think that's the real juice of this lawsuit in contrast to, say, like the Tom Brady lawsuit. The only analogy I can think of is like if someone tried to sell you a pill that was going to help you lose weight and the two people promoting it is Jack Black and Dr. Oz. Okay, let's say you take the pill and develop uncontrollable vomiting. Who would you actually be mad at? You know, you could say, well, Jack Black's more of a star, but ultimately, obviously, the answer would be Dr. Oz because he's expected to know better and to do due diligence. And the reasonable assumption is that Jack Black couldn't look into it even if he tried because he's not an expert. And so I think that component probably will make a massive difference. I'm certainly not saying everyone who promoted FTX who didn't know anything about finance should be let off.
I think there is going to be, if this does actually end up, if the world ends up getting more sane, we are probably going to see a lot more regulation around YouTubers. I'm even looking at gaming YouTubers here because in this space, there's a lot of YouTubers that do things like reviews where the review is paid for. So they got sent the game and they got paid to do the review. But in backroom deals, they basically don't disclose to their viewers that actually I got this game for free and I got paid to do this review. And if there's, you know, if the paper trail isn't obvious, they can get away with it. And there's a lot of guys like this. You see this specifically true for the companies like IGN, GameSpot, those guys, because technically IGN doesn't get paid for the interview. IGN gets paid by advertisements. Those advertisements, however, will go away if they give a game a bad review, even when the game deserves it. So they end up giving the game a good review, not to lose the advertisements. And that's usually my biggest issue with all of this.
Off the hook, I think it's a huge problem either way that non-experts can shill financial products. I'm just saying it's worse if they are experts.
Yeah,
but to make my position even more explicit, I don't think influencers of any kind should be allowed to promote these investment products. I think there's a huge downside to it and very little upside.
I agree.
You oftentimes end up hurting people because it's impossible to give broad financial advice in a responsible manner to a massive audience you don't know. But on that note, you might say, well, hang on a minute,
Agreed.
Stephen. I'm with you on not selling financial products, but they weren't selling that. They were selling FTX, right? Or FTX US. And this is where things get a little tricky because, yes, there's some truth to the fact that FTX US was a platform, but on that platform, they were also selling financial products. You see,
I mean, Nightlight Crafting, by the way, how you doing? Welcome home. Really happy to have you here. If I'm selling you an FTX platform, right? So I tell you, hey, if you use my name, Akelon, discount code Akelon, for the first $100 that you invest on FTX, they will match it with another $100. Am I not technically giving you financial advice? Because from my perspective, that's exactly what I'm doing. I am telling you to take your money and put it somewhere. That's financial advice. It doesn't matter that I didn't tell you to invest in a specific stock, right? That's not what it's called. Financial advice is when I tell you where to put your money. That is financial advice. It doesn't matter where I tell you to put it. If I tell you to put your money somewhere, that is called financial advice. And technically speaking, you are not allowed to do that. Streaming in Cape Town for over 4 hours, almost 5 now. Man, I want to move to Neisner. Why Neisner, AJ?
You could buy what was called a yield-bearing account, or you could put your money in it. It's where they offered you 8% a year. And this wasn't just FTX, this was FTX US. And that's a problem because, well, this type of account is probably an unregistered security. To avoid going into too many details, let's just say several different accounts like this have been targeted by the SEC as being unregistered securities, and the FTX earn accounts would be no different. So this is where the lawsuit gets its claim that these influencers may not have just been promoting a scam, they may have been promoting an unregistered security. Now, to be fair to these influencers, these earn accounts were in a strange gray area. According to the website, the FTX app Earn is available only in permitted jurisdictions, which would appear to mean that the United States of America was not allowed to have these accounts. But in typical Sam Bankman-Fried fashion, what they said on their website wasn't actually true. You see, these accounts were actually available to U.S. investors, as seen on a screenshot from their own app. Quote, FTX Earn rewards are available for U.S. users on a promotional basis. And admittingly, this was confusing to a lot of people. A Redditor said, FTX Earn for US customers is incredible, but very poorly marketed. And then complains that it almost feels intentionally hidden, which should have been a red flag.
It is actually what it is.
Maybe it
but
was,
never mind.
but it was there. And like it or not, if American investors put money into this Earn account, we could earn 8% a year because of one of these influencers, they may have sold an unregistered security, which would be bad not just for the person who put their money there, but also bad for the influencer. I mean, look, it's all bad. It's just legal jujitsu to kind of get to the obvious. Ultimately, this story is about people getting hurt, promoters getting paid, and now they're getting sued for it, to which I say, good. Although, not everyone believes this particular legal strategy is going to hold water. I asked Legal Eagle, a well-known lawyer on YouTube, what he thought, and he was doubtful about its chances.
And basically, the entire case rests on a part of the Florida law that the plaintiffs claim connects the endorsers to FTX. I'm very skeptical of this. The section in question extends liability to any director, officer, partner, or agent for the seller if they personally participated or aided in the making of a sale. And if you're on YouTube or if you're a celebrity endorser, you're not a director of the company, you're not an officer, you're not a partner, and you're not an agent. You're not able to act on behalf of the company. You're just basically contracted to make a statement. For most of them, it relies on a bare allegation that they were, quote, paid to endorse FTX. And then there is a subsequent allegation where it's so wishy-washy. It says, quote, it is hard to imagine that anyone who has done business with FTX, including paid endorsers, would not have personally witnessed one or more of the deficiencies identified by Mr. Ray. He's the guy who's in charge of the receivership of FTX in bankruptcy. And all FTX endorsers have extensive business dealings beyond FTX and surely would be able to identify business practices that are unusually problematic. Now, as a legal matter, I don't think that that really changes anything. As a factual matter, it's just completely false that a celebrity endorser or a YouTuber would have any insight into the inner workings of FTX that the public does not have. That's just not the way it works.
No, but that's in my opinion, so I'm not saying that the lawsuit will work, but in my opinion, this is exactly why the lawsuit should go through and these guys should be punished. Because if I come to you, right, and I say, oh my God, guys, you should invest in this new platform that I just discovered, right? That's one thing. I'm a fat guy on the internet talking about video games for the most part. You don't expect me to have any knowledge of anything. But if I told you that I'm some financial genius, right, and I know how to make money, and I've studied this my whole life, and you can literally listen to me when it comes to finances, and normally, you know, people like Graham will actually tell people to do research because he does a lot of research and he makes sure when he puts his money somewhere that that money is safe and that's a good place to put his money. But then he goes ahead and he tells his viewers to put their money somewhere where he did not do the research to ensure that that money is actually going to be safe. At that point, you, I think, have become a swindler. And you should be held accountable for it. Sadly, the law doesn't always work that way. But I actually do agree with the plaintiffs here. Sinful ways.
Though at the same time, I wouldn't want to be these YouTubers either who are going to have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to their lawyers to defend against what is quite possibly a meritless lawsuit. I don't expect this particular lawsuit to go anywhere, but I think it is going to be a pain in the sides of many of these YouTubers.
Wow. So there's the official opinion from an expert. It'll probably cost the influencers a lot of money, but he's skeptical if it will hold up for the long run. Of course, we'll see how it plays out. But the last thing I wanted to do was not just ask a lawyer what they thought, but ask these influencers. Because look, whether you think this particular lawsuit is relevant, it changes nothing about the ethics of this situation. And I wanted to hear it straight from them. And most of them refused to comment for understandable reasons, but Meet Kevin decided to respond, and here's what he said. You're being sued along with several others for the promotion of FTX. Do you think you should be liable? What are your thoughts?
It's terrible. I feel so terrible for the people who lost money from FTX. I feel so just the entire YouTube finance community has really gotten hit basically with egg on the face, so to speak, because of the association with somebody who ended up being a terrible fraud, and it's miserable. The way I compare it is, I was a real estate broker for quite a while, still am a real estate broker, and oftentimes clients ask us for vendor recommendations. Hey, who's a good electrician? Who's a good plumber? And I've had this before where 98% of the time the electrician you recommend is great, and then one time something goes wrong, and that stuff happens. It turns into this situation where the person who's responsible is the person making the mistake. And I know it's terrible because it's like, hey, well, financial influencers, you know, how come they didn't know? We didn't have access to financial.
Eludron, thanks for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Can I get some hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen? I really appreciate that. So this guy is doing a wonderful job of not answering the fucking question. Although I get where he's trying to go to. He's basically trying to, in a very long-winded way, say, you know what, this is sort of similar to that. I just told people, hey, you might want to use this guy. But there is, again, a difference. You're the guy selling the house. You're not a plumber. If I ask you, who do you know that's a good plumber, and you suggest me, you recommend me a plumber, I'm not directly, I can't hold you directly accountable for this plumber not being a good plumber or maybe just fucking up with my house. You gave me advice on a plumber that you used in the past, and you have proof that this plumber, did a good job on most of the places that you actually suggested him, right? The FTX thing isn't directly comparable to that, because did you do your due diligence? So did you check if FTX was actually a good platform? Did you make sure that FTX wasn't stealing people's money? No, you didn't. So you didn't do any due diligence there. You have no references. And I agree with him. The whole financial or YouTube finance sector basically got caught with egg on their face. And The reason I want this lawsuit to happen, and I know it won't for that reason, because that's not actually why lawyers and courts exist anymore, but it's to ensure that shit like this don't happen again. Because the only thing that this is going to do is it'll happen again. Right? We know that it's going to happen again. There's going to be another company that is just a fraudulent company, and these financial YouTubers or gaming YouTubers or any YouTuber really is just going to jump right back onto it. I'm reminded of, do you guys remember that app BetterHelp? That also came out, it also sort of leaked after about a year and a half that BetterHelp was a complete scam. And yet you had all of these YouTubers pushing BetterHelp, telling their viewers that, oh my God, you should use BetterHelp. It's just amazing. They help people with their psychological problems. And then it turns out if you just did a little bit of research, you would have realized this is not how that works. If someone needs actual help, like actual psychological help, a quick call on Skype isn't going to help them. That's not actually how psychology works. That's not actually how a psychiatrist works. It's about forming a relationship, and this shit can take years to actually sort out minor things for people. And those YouTubers, nothing happened to them. And that's really the only thing that pisses me off here. These guys made bank on FTX sponsorships, and that nothing's going to happen to them.
At FTX, we had hired individual representatives, like agencies who do this sort of stuff, and they tell us they do all the vetting for us. This is why we hire people to help us, and so we don't have a look into the systems of what's really going on behind the scenes. And I think that's the same thing that happened to people like Shaq or Matt Damon or whomever else has been caught up in this. But I think the worst case scenario out of all of this is the individuals who don't have access to their deposits.
But do you think you should, specifically you or me, Graham or anybody else like who promoted it? I think the difference is between you and Tom Brady is people kind of expect you guys to know. Do you think you should be, do you think you should be giving recommendations if you can't do the proper due diligence because, as you said, you don't have access to these financials? And then B, do you think that given that you guys profited, I'm guessing somewhere in the realm of $1 million plus from these FTX things, do you think that you should give back all of that money?
So first, my expectation is my profit from FTX, just to be as transparent as possible, is probably somewhere around 225K. It's supposed to be closer to 300, but they never paid me the last payment. So I'm probably somewhere right around 220. I need to fact check that, but we're close to somewhere around.
That you can speak about 220K as nonchalantly as this guy does. It's just so annoying to me, man. 220K is a lot of money to a lot of people, right? And this guy is just sort of talking about it as, I only made almost $250,000 from these guys. Like, that's all I made. Like, that's chump change, man. I mean, if you want to come after little old me, I'm just as poor as the rest of you guys. Don't come after me. Like, what did I do?
That ultimately I agree with you. I think that there needs to be a lot more diligence in when sponsorships are made with creators.
Yeah, because you guys are dealing with finances. This isn't a NordVPN ad where if things go wrong, something happens. This is like if something goes wrong, people's entire livelihoods are at stake. And for better or for worse, you guys are seen as the experts. And so you guys are held to that expert standard. It's like if a doctor recommended a pill that doesn't work and gives you gives you cancer or something.
Suppose it's also relevant to what people individually say, right? Because individually, I've always said, look, crypto is extremely speculative and that it should represent a tiny portion of your portfolio, if anything at all. On top of that, it's also incumbent upon the individual to take some responsibility that we know not your key.
Okay. That is such a bullshit defense. Because crypto is highly speculative. Yeah, okay, so you're doing all of that, but the crypto industry, there's examples of people becoming millionaires overnight within crypto. And when you look at the vast majority of people that will be watching financial YouTubers, these are people that's down on their luck. They don't have money. They want to become rich. And you're telling them, hey, only a small portion of your money should be in crypto. But here's what these people, generally speaking, don't understand. So you'll get someone like Graham Stephan that like saying only 10% should be in crypto. 10% for Graham is a couple of $1 million, right? That he has in crypto. The rest of his money is in the stock market. Now, to put this into perspective for you guys, if you take 10% of a normal person's money and he tries to put that into crypto, it's going to be what? Maybe $50 a month that he's going to put into crypto, which is literally nothing. So he's basically going to wait forever to get any sort of returns. The rest of his money then goes into the stock market. Maybe he's able to put, $200-300 into the stock market. Again, that's very little money in the greater scheme of things. It's going to take you a couple of decades to see any sort of growth. So you're basically banking on these people's on their desperation. And you should know that as a financial expert. Because part of finances is psychology. You should know that your audience is financially desperate. So they're going to do what desperate people do, which is be stupid.
Keys, not your crypto. That's been made abundantly clear. Even with these bank failures, I believe that ultimately depositors deserve some form of a haircut because ultimately they choose. Now, if I say, hey, go to Silicon Valley Bank and get a loan, and you're like, yeah, I get a loan here, I get all these benefits, ultimately you take that risk. So it is incumbent upon the individual to take responsibility as well. Yes, a doctor can refer you, hey, maybe this medicine will work.
But the individuals aren't the experts. That's the whole problem, is they rely on experts to help them make this decision. They don't have the luxury of spending all day looking at finance and stuff like this. So they rely on people to make their decisions for better or worse. And then when things go wrong, ultimately people are going to look to the experts in the room and say, hey, what happened? And if the answer...
Dude, this is legit like a doctor coming to and he was supposed to heal you of the flu, and now 2 months later you have pneumonia, you're in the hospital, and you go, doctor, what the fuck? I just found out that this drug you gave me for my flu actually ends up making it worse. And the doctor goes, well, ultimately, it really is incumbent on you as the individual, right? I gave you some advice, but really, it's up to you. You should have done your due diligence, and you should have researched this drug that I prescribed you. And you're like, bro, you're the fucking expert here. I pay you so that I don't have to do that research. Because where the hell does a normal person even start doing that research? People that watch these financial YouTubers have full-time jobs, right? No, they don't have time to come home tonight and go do 4 or 5 hours of deep dive research into fucking FTX, right? That's why it becomes infinitely more dangerous when you have experts, financial experts on YouTube, telling people to invest in places. Because you accept or you assume that these guys did the research for you. They checked for you to make sure that this investment was safe. It's just, oh my God.
Answer is, well, we just didn't do enough due diligence. Sorry, that's kind of a problem. So I think that's where their questions about like giving back all the money come from. Have you spoken to anybody about just giving back the money to the people affected?
Once all the cards are settled, or all the dust is settled, so to speak, and everybody gets whatever money is left back, whatever deposits are left, I'm a big fan of contributing to some sort of recovery fund when it's all over, not because I feel responsible. I do not feel responsible, but because I feel sorry for people who, quite frankly, lost money because they either didn't listen to the advice of not your keys, not your crypto, or they put too much of their own portfolio on. You know, if I go onto a gambling website because somebody says, hey, go gamble here, you'll make a lot of money, and I lose money, that's on me. And I want to be clear too, I invested in BlockFi thinking this was going to be a great investment. I put $420,000 into BlockFi. I lost every dime of that because the company went bankrupt. Now, did I blame Anthony Pompliano for making the recommendation or suggesting, hey, you could invest with my fund into BlockFi? Absolutely not, because I'm a big boy and I take personal responsibility. So I want to be very clear, just because I suggest that, hey, you know, there should be, and I'm happy to work with this, some form of...
I dislike this guy, not because I don't agree that people should take personal responsibility, and that's fine. But then don't tell them. It's like, for example, you standing in front of a bridge, right? So imagine we're standing at, we're in the middle of a forest, right? And there's this weird walking bridge. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Those bridges with like ropes and wooden planks over it. So those really flimsy bridges. But I stand there with like a hard hat on and a high visibility vest that says engineer on it. And as you walk past, I go, oh yeah, this bridge is really safe. I'm an engineer, right? So you can trust me. But remember, it is your responsibility if you want to go over this bridge. I didn't build it, but yeah, you can use this bridge. And then the bridge isn't safe and you fall to your fucking death. Am I not at least, to some extent, responsible for that? Right? Because if I wasn't there, right, and you saw this bridge that really just looks very flimsy and really scary, you probably wouldn't have crossed the bridge. You probably would have looked at that bridge and gone, fuck that, I'm giving that a wide berth. I'll go around the long way, right? But because I was there and I told you, no, it is safe, don't worry about it, it's all good, just go, I'm at least partially to blame for you dying when that bridge collapses. Right? It's not 100% my fault. I didn't build the bridge, nor did I force you to go on the bridge. But if I wasn't there, you probably wouldn't have done it. It's the same case here. If the financial experts on YouTube didn't tell people to invest in the FTX thing, they either would never have known about it, or if they did know about it, they would probably have felt a little bit scared of investing in it. Because they don't know if they can trust it. They don't know if their money is going to be safe. They don't know if they're actually going to get their money back. So I don't agree with this guy that, oh, you know, I'm a big boy, I make my own decisions. Yeah, because you are a fucking financial expert. But also, you need to be able to, if you're not going to do your due diligence and actually look for, actually look for the vulnerabilities and things that you promote, then you shouldn't promote those things in the first place. Now, it's everyone's responsibility to make their own judgments. If things go well, nobody ever says a thing. Benny, as I said, I agree with you, but at the same time, I do not. Because I do agree with you that the people that invested in FTX, they are ultimately to blame for losing their money. It is absolutely their fault. But at the same time, these financial experts on YouTube are not innocent. Because they call themselves financial experts. They claim to be financial experts. They have shows telling people how to make money, how to get rich, how to handle their money, dealing with their money correctly. And then they suggest to their own viewers that the viewers should use, you know, a platform that they themselves did not do the research on to make sure that that platform was good. well, then you're no longer an expert, are you? Because what does the word expert mean? It means someone that has the knowledge, right? But if you suggest for your viewers to use a platform that you have no knowledge on, you are not an expert, and therefore you should not be suggesting that platform. And that really is, I don't think that these YouTubers should pay anything to the people that lost money, because I think the people that lost money, that is their fault. But I do think that these YouTubers should get punished. There should be some kind of punishment to make sure that shit like this doesn't happen in the future. If you don't know that the company that you're taking a sponsorship from is actually a good company, then you just don't use it. This is one of the reasons I do not represent companies that I myself have not supported. Right now, I have an open sponsorship with a company. I won't say who it is, but they contacted me. They want to sponsor me. In the email, I tell them, listen here, your company is not available in my country. They're like, oh yeah, we know, but your audience is mostly American, and we really want to get American advertisements, so we want to do promotions for your American audience. I'm like, yeah, you don't understand. You are not in South Africa, which means I cannot sample your fucking product. You're asking me to recommend a service and a product to my audience that I myself cannot use. I'm like, yeah, but don't worry about it. We don't mind. We'll send you the box. So they basically offered to send me the box, and I was like, no, but you're gonna send me a box, and obviously you're gonna make sure that that box is perfect for me, but the service isn't available, so I can't just order a random box and see how that goes. Because your box is obviously going to be perfect because, you want to make sure that I accept your sponsorship. I'm sorry, I'm not doing it because I can't sample the actual thing that I'm about to get. So I'm just not going to accept it. That's my perspective on things. That's how I handle sponsorships. And I could do with the money. It would be fucking lovely to get the money from sponsorships. But I just refuse to accept sponsorships from any company that I myself do not use or at least have used in the past.
Like basically a charity. Let's be clear, that's what it is. It's not taking responsibility, because ultimately I don't think any influencer has to take responsibility for what somebody does with product advice. That responsibility should only arise if somebody actually hires somebody, like retaining an attorney, hiring a doctor for their own personal situation, or hiring a personal financial advisor. Otherwise, from there, it's a lesson to the whole community. We've got to be more careful with sponsors, and the viewers have to be, diligent about their own decisions.
Well, there you go, guys. Those are the thoughts of Meet Kevin, and I want to thank him for coming on. And maybe one day he'll start that charity he's talking about. Maybe not. But until then, I just want you to understand something the next time you're thinking of trusting a financial influencer. These promotional deals, how they work with things like FTX, is that there's a code associated with it that tracks sales. For example, you might have heard of somebody saying, hey, use code CoffeeZilla, or, they have some link, right? So FTX can see how many people signed up with Kevin's link or Shaq's link. And you know who takes responsibility when it's time to make money? The influencer. They take responsibility for you joining their platform. That's how FTX grew. They paid all these people who wanted to be responsible for bringing you in. But you know what happens when things go wrong? Suddenly, they're not responsible. You did it. It's on you. Isn't that a convenient switch up of who brought you in?
I agree with that.
At first, it was them, and then you brought yourself in. You got to take responsibility for your own actions. And I just don't think this is really working for people anymore. I think it really just benefits the influencers and the financial companies, but hardly anyone else. It's bad for regular people, and I think there just really needs to be new rules in place about financial experts in the modern era. But hey, that's just my opinion. Hashtag.
Look, it used to be that you could not give financial advice, and it still is like that in the official sense, right? So in South Africa, for example, you have two types of financial advisors. You have specific financial advisors. These are people that work for a specific financial firm, and they can only give advice on financial products that is linked to their firm. And then you have general financial advisors. This is a certificate, a license that you get that says that you can give financial advice about all financial products. And if you don't have one of those, you can get sued to fucking hell and gone for giving financial advice. The problem is that most of our laws in this world aren't really built for the age of the internet. If you really think about it, most of the laws that we have in today's world is built for, you know, the pre-internet era, where if you really wanted to get financial advice from someone, it would have to be someone that you know, right? And then you have also a lot more information there, because if it's someone that you know, you can see that they're successful, you can see that they make good money, and then you know that you can trust them because you can see the way that they live and the way that they make their decisions. So if it's like a friend that's just giving you advice. Whereas the internet has made it so that anyone that looks mildly successful can start a YouTube channel telling people how to make money. I just saw a South African guy the other day, and I hate shitting on South African content creators because, you know, there are South African content creators, but I saw the South African content creator basically trying to get into the financial space, right? So he's starting to give financial advice and shit too. And I realized this guy is probably not rich. He's probably not making a whole lot of money, because the advice that he's giving is basically the same advice that all of the other guys are giving. Like, it's literally just copy paste from all of the other financial advisor channels. But this guy obviously recognized that there is a market for this shit. And you look at his setup and you realize that everything is set up in such a way that he looks successful. Even though he necessarily, or isn't necessarily successful, he looks successful. And that's all that matters, because desperate people will do desperate things for money. And it's a little sad, but at the same time, how do you solve that, right? How do you solve for that issue? I don't know what the answer is to that, to be honest with you. I genuinely don't. Bruce Branson choosing Quest for the best candidates. He wanted to see which of the candidates would have gone off Niagara Falls with him, and I especially made Barrel. One said they would do it, the other said no. He told the candidates that would do it, that it was a scam, and if they had done it, they would both be dead. Moral of the story is that make up your own mind and don't take everything at words value. Again, I'm not the kind of guy that believes that people should not take responsibility for their own lives. But that also means that if you give people advice and end up costing them billions, you should also take responsibility for your mistakes. It doesn't mean that you are responsible for those people losing their money. It means that you are responsible for not being the expert that you have claimed to be. But anyways, enough about that. I'm gonna go grab some food, gonna go chill out. It is weekend. So I don't know if we'll be streaming tomorrow, chat. I might do tomorrow as well, just because, you know, we haven't streamed all weekend. But then again, it's Diablo 4 weekend, so a lot of people are watching Diablo 4 streams now. So I'm not entirely sure yet, but I may stream a little bit, you know, a few hours tomorrow. We'll probably, if we do stream, we'll play some StarCraft 2, because that's what I'm in the mood for. I hope you guys enjoyed the first ever indie stream. It'll probably get better as we continue playing more indie games and hopefully getting into more crazy games and shit like that. But I really hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I hope that wherever you are in the world, you're gonna have a wonderful weekend. And yeah, really take care of yourselves, be kind to each other, be good to each other. And as always, I will see all of you in the next one. And there will be a YouTube video tomorrow, so look out for that one, because I do think it's going to be a banger. Ladies and gentlemen, peace out, fam.